welcome to Friday Night Frenzy. How you guys doing? How was your week? How are things going? We have a full docket tonight. A really full docket. More full than I think I wanted to try and tackle. And now I'm looking at my stream deck to make sure my voice modifier is not on. It is not. Good. Wonderful. I didn't screw that one up. So, how we doing? On the docket tonight, we have the Depp appeal. The appeal brief is in. What else did I put up there? We've got Cornhole Cheating Scandal. Always fun to talk about scandals because there's been so many. We've got a Twitter lawsuit. We've got Tom Girardi and the California Bar Association. And we have a steamy lawsuit. A steamy lawsuit against Netflix and a response about a show that begins tonight. I watched the trailer of it. Looks to be pretty interesting. But without giving away too much of the lead, the show is called Orgasm Inc. So yeah, 5 topics. Let's see if we can get to all 5 of them. But as we do that, let's go ahead and roll our intro. So I'll see you guys in a second. Hey everybody, how we doing? How's our week? Where are you tuning in from? What do you have in your hands? What are you drinking? How was your week? Tell me about your week. My week was wild, all over the place. So we've got let's see, Kansas, a whiskey kind of night. It was a whiskey kind of week. It was a whiskey kind of week. Happy it's Friday. 5 topics, 5-hour stream. I hope not. We shall see. 5 topics. We can do it. Love the intro. I love the intro too. That was fun. I made that thing. I'm still learning how to do this stuff. It's kind of fun. A little bit crazy. We've got getting fancy these days. Not really. Just trying to learn. Cornhole. I'll teach you. We're going to learn about cornhole. Chinese food and cider sounds fantastic. Hi from Clinton, South Carolina. Elijah Craig in Virginia. Hello, Elijah. How you doing? So kind. Thanks for sharing. Love it. Love the new intro. Free memberships. Yep, I did. I wanted to make sure that you guys got to access the cool perks. You guys give a lot. I like to try and give back. So, Topo Chico Hard Seltzer in Lexington, Kentucky. Let's see. That Sarah Chick. Thank you for the super chat. Hey, from Tahoe, I've got my rum and coke. Relaxing after a long week. It was, wasn't it? I don't know about y'all, man. This week was rough. Hello from Sweden. Water. Busy week indeed. Pineapple cream soda, New England. Hello and good morning from Slovakia. Hello, right back to you, Miriam. Hope your week was doing good. North Carolina tea. Hi from Boston. Well, let's see. Alabama hot tea, whiskey on the rocks for Amber and Kat. We've got Australia and Red Bull. That sounds like you're about to tackle the day. Let's see. Wow. Okay, you guys flood the chat so quickly with this that I might have to stop like asking you what's going on because so many of you respond. I love it. Italian margaritas in Colorado. What is an Italian margarita? Interesting. Okay. Jersey City, New Jersey, bourbon night, hot tea, strep, and kids with the flu. Oh my gosh, I hope the kids do better. Get over that flu. These little petri dishes, they're wonderful, but don't they just make everybody sick all the time? My nieces and nephews are the best and worst because they always get you sick. Always. One of them's always sick all the time. Dallas, Texas with some Dos Equis. Oregon, water for you. Water is good. Water is very good. We don't drink enough water. People don't drink enough water. So I like to encourage the water drinking. Nebraskan water, another water drinker. Perfect. Love it. Glenn Morangi in Gaithersburg. Oh, right up the street. I went to high school in Germantown, Maryland. So love it. Love my Saturday mornings even more now. I wake up to Rob the Crew and all you law nerds. I love having you guys here. It's awesome. This Friday thing started kind of out of nowhere when the channel was still pretty new, and y'all like it, so we keep doing it. I'm sipping out of the mug, the tumbler. Focus camera. That was made. I made that with the Cricut and the Cricut to cut the stencil, and then some citrus strip. It turned out okay. Not bad. Relatively easy, actually. And I think you can probably do it with some crafting stickers from Marshall's or wherever. Not Marshall's. Crafting store. Hobby Lobby. Pick your crafting store. Probably stickers that can help you do it. Michigan and Pepsi need alcohol meds. Forbid it. Don't disregard the medical information. Coffee and Irish cream. Bacardi and Pepsi. Look at all of you guys tuning in from all over the place. Australia, drinking water, going to sleep soon. It's 1 a.m. Oh, it's Austria in 1 a.m. That makes sense. Not Australia. Austria, 1 a.m. Yep. In Maryland for work and sweet tea. Enjoy the sweet tea, and hopefully the work day, evening goes pretty swimmingly and without issue. Pepsi and paper crafting in Minnesota. I love it. Fantastic. Still trying to scroll because we've got Woodford Old Fashioned, my very favorite. That's my drink of choice when I go to a bar, Woodford Old Fashioned, but it has to be, I like whiskey. I don't really like drink too much of it on the rocks, but I do like a very well-made old fashioned. And the thing that drives me nuts about old fashioned, when I go to a restaurant, they're like, our restaurant signature drink is an old fashioned. But when they go to make it, the bartender takes this big heaping pile of ice and throws it in a glass. No, that's not how you make an old fashioned. It ruins the cocktail. So hopefully that is a lovely cocktail you have there. We have Vegas in the house, rum and diet. Fantastic. Hey, Gina. Good evening from Boca Raton. Captains and cherry cola. Mama T with some drinking tea. Mama T is drinking tea in Scotland. I love it. Fantastic. Bottle of water in Nevada. And I see one of our first emojis, the Ziggy Squirrely Mod, and some sparkle farts. By popular demand, the sparkle fart became an emoji. I do what the chat abides. Chat asked for it. I give it. It's kind of how it works. Let's see here. We've got Bay Area, California with some Diet Mountain Dew. Love it. Melinda Duncan, thank you. Rob, I left a message on Twitter to Harvard on behalf of our friend on civil. We're trying to get them a professor job. Kurt would be an interesting professor. Imagine him with the Socratic method. He would just, San Francisco Bay Area, Diet Coke. Rosa, I see you made it in time. Coffee time and brunch in Australia. Enjoy your brunch. That left turn at Albuquerque. Thank you for the super chat. Diet Coke from New Mexico, home of the trial that makes Daryl Brooks look like a professional lawyer. I mean, there are things. Jeanette Zwicker, strong coffee with cinnamon. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. I've got words, lonely, but glad to have y'all. The chat is awesome. Chat is amazing. You will find very good people in this chat. Liz Dale, long number, such a good guy. Oh, thank you, Liz. Thank you very, very much. That's very much appreciated. I've got just sparkle farts showing up left and right. Yeah, I knew I would kind of regret that, but not really. Never really. Honestly, a lot of this stuff is for you guys. Truffle Hound, you're killing me. You gave me a warning, and I don't know if I liked it. You said, I hope you're drinking coffee. I'm not. There's an energy drink in there with some added something. Be gentle. Pendleton, Oregon, trying to get home ahead of the snow. Already snow already. What the heck? What? It's November 4th. Why? Why? Where did this year go? Does it feel to anybody else like 2022 just started? Like I'm still like kind of picking up in 2020 and wondering where 2021 went, and then 2022, and now it's almost 2023. My word. Hello from Granite Falls, Washington. Hello there. We've got Longview, Texas, tornadoes all around us. Oh my gosh, please stay cautious. Please be aware of what's going on around you. Jasmine Smith, iced coffee in Pennsylvania. I love it. Crazy week, says Teresa. Crazy week indeed. We were all over the place this week, weren't we? Everyone was. Everyone was. That Sarah, not the Sarah. This Sarah, we've been waiting for you. Oh, so this Sarah meets that Sarah. So this Sarah, introduction to that Sarah. I imagine there's probably a the Sarah in the chat. I'm not sure. Gabby and Crumb, thank you for the super chat. 12-hour CNC shift. Wow. With Dunkin' Thin Mint Coffee. Thanks for the entertainment. I hope that we're going to get a lot of that out of tonight. Mesa, Arizona, Chico, California, Florida, Ramona, California, Diet Cherry Coke from Piedmont, Oklahoma, Cup of Tea in Northeast England. Y'all are coming in from everywhere in the world. Christy RN, thank you for the super chat. It was a rough week in hospice nursing land. I am sorry for that. That is a job that very few can do. And congratulations to you for being capable of doing that. I don't know that I would have the capacity to do that. So thank you very much for tuning in. Having a nice big gin and tonic with Thai food in Kansas. You deserved it. You earned it. Enjoy it. Angela Baby 4210. Thank you very much for the super chat. Fargo, North Dakota, and some coffee. Enjoy the coffee. I hope it was a wonderful week. I hope it's going to be a good weekend for everybody involved. We've got people all over the place. Glasgow, England. 2 kids sick. Cold coffee, Alberta, Canada. I'm sorry. We're gonna hopefully make the sick kiddos. Well, we'll make you feel better about just your week. Hopefully. M169, thank you for the super chat from Cincy, Sam's Cola, and a dog in my lap licking my hand. My staycation started today. Congratulations. We all need those from time to time. We'll celebrate 30th wedding anniversary next week. Congratulations on 30 years. That is an amazing accomplishment, and I really hope you guys enjoy it. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Frenetic Muse, thank you for the super chat. Toronto, Canada with Pinot Grigio, much needed after a long, stressful week. It was indeed. Why are these weeks just all stressful? Why can't we just have like 1 week of nothing? Wouldn't that be like totally awesome? Yeah, it'd be fantastic. Mrs. Diesel, dude. I like that name. I had a stroke last Sunday. I'm very sorry for that. I'm only 60. Wow. Oh my gosh. Take care of yourself, my dear. And came out mostly unscathed. Thank God. Thank God indeed. So happy to be able to be here. Be kind to each other. Be kind to everybody. Y'all engage in the chat and you give so much support to each other. It is a wonderful thing to see. It's a wonderful thing to be a part of. Honestly, it's pretty freaking fantastic if you ask me. Cheryl, water in Texas, scary storms outside. That is a completely fair thing. Please be cautious and be aware. Take care of you and your family. Dr. Pepper, Heather, thank you for the super chat. Boston, red wine, Cabernet. Dow, excited for Friday Night Frenzy. I'm glad. Thank you. Let's see here. What do we have? We've got all kinds of things and the things and the things. West Virginia coffee has water in it. I would hope so. Does vodka and water count? It does. That is a cocktail. That is a beverage. We're allowed to have it. People are now correcting me. Michael's, that is a store that sells crafts. Yes, indeed, it does. And that tells you how far behind and how fast you guys chat. Cucumber, mint vodka, and club soda. That sounds remarkably refreshing. Chrissy, hello, dear. I promise to not be annoying with super chats tonight. Looking forward to fun tonight before I go for my 65th surgery on Monday. 65 surgeries. Y'all have in the chat always shown Chrissy some love, and the support that she gets from this community is amazing. Keep it up. It's amazing. Chrissy, thank you for being here. And thank you to anyone who wants to send me fun DMs for entertainment while I recover. Chrissy is a very, very, very bright heart. And I love seeing her here, whatever she is. And all of you guys, honestly, Wish on a Fish, Michigan, and Lemonade. Wish on a Fish is a pretty cool name, to be quite honest. Let's see. Dr. Pepper in Dallas, Lawrence, Kentucky, and some peanut butter whiskey. Who y'all rooting for in the Tennessee and Georgia game? Ooh, contentious subject. 9-inch Nails Gal. Thank you for the super chat. The energy drink because of a crazy long shift starting in 2 hours. Ooh, we'll keep you entertained. We'll try to. Also, kids are a germ factory. They are indeed. The first few years they spend in a petri dish. Daycare, school are the worst for illness. They are. They are. I tell you what, once one of the kids starts going to school, all of them get sick. And then it's like this rotating cycle. One gets sick, gets better. The other one's sick, gets better. The other one's sick, gets better. And then by the time you're done with the first one's fully healed. The last one is just sick enough to get the first one sick again. And then rinse and repeat. Right? Mm-hmm. Always funny. Thank you, 9-inch Nails Gal. Whiskey in Florida. And 9-inch Nails Gal, Rick still does you dirty, calls you Nin Gal all the time. Nin Gal, always with the Nin Gal. Hi from Florida. I've got some cheer wine. I've got some Southerners in the house. Cheer wine. Love it, love it, love it. I've got people all over the place. I cannot scroll fast enough, you guys. This is crazy. Suzanne, thank you for the super sticker. Very much appreciated. Glad to see you here, my dear. Hope you're enjoying it. Chris, Scotch. Enjoy the Scotch. Hopefully it's a lovely blend. Let's see. We've got Crazy Cat Queen. Water. Can't believe I'm drinking water. But I have cat fuzzy socks and Friday Night Frenzy, so all is well. Crazy Cat Queen, I used the glasses you sent the other day and had a wonderful old-fashioned in them. Thank you very much for that. That, Sarah. Ghostblade, you're collecting Sarahs, and Sarahs like we're Pokemon. Sparkle Farts. Speaking of Ghostblade, one of you guys, and I left the card downstairs. And I feel really bad about that. One of you guys sent, it's a sequin unicorn. Like, so when I do that, it turns pink. This is, am I a child? Yes. Do I care? No. That is so much fun. Yeah, that's so cool. And then I also got this guy with the mohawk. And a tie. It's a purple tie. Fantastic. I love it. I love it. Hope y'all are doing well. Oh, my word. Okay. Name's Andrea. Hi, Andrea. But what are you drinking? I am drinking an energy drink with an additive which might contain alcohol or not. I'm not going to say out loud. It has alcohol in it. I said it out loud. It's okay. Truffle Hound for secret. A cute little neutron walks into a bar and asks how much for an old fashioned. The bartender smiles and says, for you, no charge. Oh, because it's a neutron. Oh, that took me back. Thank you, Truffle Hound, for that one. Very much appreciated. And speaking of secret, I have something to share with you guys in a funny little TikTok I found that is an homage to our favorite little secret McSquirrel. Here we go. Let's see. No, I can't rewind. Okay, I'm sorry. That was just too funny. Wait, I want to see the beginning again. Hang on, pause. They found a squirrel's year's worth of acorns stashed away in the antenna, and oh no! See, we have dumb humor lined up all the time. I need it. For the kids, let's see. For the kids, thank you for the super chat. Motion for a second. Would Daddy stack stream during the week? Chat wants more stacks of poles and wood. Chat gets what chat wants. A lot. Yvette, we've got some peach tea from England. Love to see you here. I love the peach tea. That's fantastic. Still scrolling. I have to scroll a lot faster. Ginger Haynes, tomorrow's my birthday. Happy birthday. I hope you have good weekend plans. Hope your family and friends take you out. Even if they don't, screw them. Enjoy it. It's your day. make it the best day possible. Hopefully the weather is good enough to get outside and enjoy the weather. Oh, yeah, let's see here. Claude Simeon. No, we are just starting 2020. What are you going on about? Yeah, I feel that way all the time. It is driving me crazy. Kelly Marie, thank you for the super chat. There's no old fashioned like Wisconsin old fashioned. Gotta have the orange and cherries. Wisconsin old fashions. I haven't had a specific Wisconsin old fashioned, but old fashioned, yes. Havoc's Angel, thank you for the super chat. We've got snow in Albuquerque today. Oh my gosh, we're already there. This is not fair. This needs to stop. This really needs to stop. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Blah, blah, blah. Let's scroll and keep on going. Oh no. Oh, hang on. I hate doing this. There is the person that I ordered food from is knocking at the door. Give me 2 seconds. I will be right back. I promise. 2 seconds. Sorry. I try to make it quick. You tell them to leave the food at the door because you know that you're like at a live stream or in a live stream or about to start a live stream, and then they knock because they want to make sure they give it to a person. Sorry. Blue-eyed country gal drinking some eggnog. That is early for eggnog, but relaxing. Totally agree with it. Finally had a decent week with my grandma, but I'm exhausted as hell. I feel the exhaustion. Feel it. Melissa Gillum, thank you for the super sticker. Very much appreciated. Kat Yarb, thank you very much for the super chat. My Friday is Monday, but 4 a.m. wake up, ultra, and bed at 9 p.m. Oh my gosh. That is a long day. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for being here. Hopefully you enjoy your week. M2H, MGB, MGHB, People's Republic of New Jersey, and Sarsaparilla. People's Republic of New Jersey. I think you're going to have some people saying, I want that. I want that to be the thing. Sardinism, thank you for the super chat. Depression kicking my butt, but glad the week is done. Depression is a monster that a lot of people face. And I hope that you're doing well. I hope that you find happiness wherever you can. So here's to the weekend. And here's to a happy Friday night. Revengeancer Alf got a promotion. Yay. But doing both jobs until the old one replaces me. So I'm exhausted. I'm sorry about that, but congrats on the new job. Relaxing with some hot drambuie and some cider with cinnamon. Fantastic. That Sarah chick. Baha ha. There's a that Sarah. There's a that Sarah, the Sarah, this Sarah. There are all the Sarahs. I love all the Sarahs. All the Sarahs are fantastic. I'm trying to catch up, guys, but you guys do so much in the chat. Like I'm struggling to get there. Jules Zero. Jules Minnesota with ginger ale, roller coaster week, awesome charity fundraising, but my uncle died midweek, so good and bad week. I'm sorry to hear about that. Hopefully lots of love and prayers are being sent your way, and you've got one more here and some more in the chat, I'm sure. So I hope the fundraiser is successful, and I'm sorry for your loss, and I hope that the family heals very well. Speaking for the evidence, thank you very much. Water and Coke due to a conference week with a bunch of smaller forensic toxicologists. Very cool. That's a very cool profession. Very cool profession. My brain and body are both tired. How are you? My brain and body are both tired as well. We're going to try and work through as much of that as we can. Elizabeth Chetwood, thank you. Spice Rum and Sprite in Mobile, Alabama. How's the weather down there? Not getting cold yet, I hope. Still scrolling. KM Cheesehead. Do you happen to have a Western Virginia accent? My mom from Pennington Gap, significantly different than your Southern gentleman. I don't. West Virginia has a bit of like a mumble to the Southern, so it's not as solved. No, I don't think I can do the West Virginian. I'll practice for next time. Promise. Henhouse Bath Company, go Vols, be kind. We aren't used to the attention. You know, the Vols have a lot of people supporting them right now because they're not used to the attention. So I just hope for a good game. Now, I have a best friend of mine who's a massive Georgia fan, like Georgia fan beyond belief. Like I went to be his comfort friend when they were playing the national championship because he was convinced they were going to lose. So I'm conflicted on this one. So we'll see how the game turns out. I just hope it's a good game. Jennifer Sprague, thank you for the super chat. Masks off my son in first grade last year. Sinus infection, then bronchitis, then stomach flu. It was awesome. Ouch. I'm sorry, my dear. Jam. Did you see the story of the ARMTB kidnapped and baby stolen out of her? Oh my gosh. Gosh, I did not, Jam. That's a terrible story. Wow, I'm sorry. That's yeah, not really sure what to. Well, hopefully the police are investigating. We have a prosecution that's coming, and hopefully that thing gets resolved. I'm very sorry for that loss. Hopes and prayers to that family. Samantha Stein is about to have Chick-fil-A and headed home to a hard drink. Too long a week. Yes, finally off work. Yay, flu season. Sorry, Samantha. I know that you're a doctor, and I know you probably deal with a lot of these people. All right, I'm going to star the rest of these, and I'm going to try and get back to them as soon as I possibly can, because I want to get into our first topic tonight, which is the Johnny Depp appeal brief. And let's do this because we are still scrolling, and we scroll, and we do the scrolls. Scroll. I've got a couple birthdays. Lindsay Torque, my birthday is today. Celebrating with a French 75. Happy birthday. Happy birthdays all around. Happy birthday. And it looks like the chat did happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. People praying for snow. We've got some birthday wishes. We've got some food. That was my food. Pupusas for this evening. Fantastic. Let's see here. More Sarahs in the chat. And people, how many Sarahs do we have in the chat? Like 10? I love all the Sarahs. They're fantastic. Let's keep on scrolling to make sure I'm not missing anything. And I'm sorry for taking this so long because I do have to scroll because you guys are here. Hope you don't mind the singing while I do this because it occupies time for a quick second while I make sure that I make it up. Usually I don't have to sing this long because I don't have to scroll this long because all of you are chiming in on the Georgia and Tennessee, and you're chiming in on giving support for each other, which is awesome because you guys are the best chat on the entire interwebs. Holy smokes, you guys are amazing. How the heck does this chat end up being as good and have the feels that you guys do? I don't get it. Really don't get it. Y'all are just, it's amazing. It's amazing. So, all right. So we have 5 topics. We're going to go to topic number 1. And you know what? We have a swoop. We have a swoop. So we're going to swoop. That was fun. Was it fun? Yes, it was fun. Yep. All right. So let's do this. Do we want one funny video before we do the Johnny Depp appeal? I want one funny video. We're going to do one funny video. Yep. Is childish humor good and healthy? Yes. Do we get to laugh at dumb stuff all the time? Did that French bulldog sparkle fart itself awake? It did. All right. let's get into the law stuff. French bulldog, sparkle fart, and law, and away we go. And people in the chat saying farts are funny no matter how old you are. I still have that level of maturity. I feel like if you really get rid of that level of maturity, you're just missing out on a lot of life. So let's see if we can do this, because I want to make sure that we can see as much of this as we can. Let's make me not that big. Close that one out. What that? Ooh, I like that. All right. And I feel like I have to say it in this voice, in the Court of Appeals of Virginia, because why not? So in the Court of Appeals of Virginia, and I know that Emily DeBaker covered this, and I know everyone's kind of covered this one. So I'm going to try and cover it, the Virginia stuff, and see what I think is important, because I know that a lot of people have touched this issue, and I don't want to take the entire night talking about this. And yes, the font is incredible. The font is incredible. The font has been done. This is prepared by the Lex Group. The Lex Group is a printing company. So Emily mentioned this a while back, that appellate courts have a lot of really weird rules on how things have to be printed, the pages, the number of copies you have to file, the spacing, the font, everything. So lawyers that are frustrated or don't really want to try and abide by the rules, because, I mean, you have to put these briefs together and you're stressed AF trying to get it done. Often we hire companies like the Lex Group that does the printing for us, because if you are running your printer and running the copies of the appendix in this case, to give you an example, the last appeal I had was an appeal of a trial that went for 3 days. It was a three-day trial, appealed on one issue. I think that the charges for the printing, indexing, and filing were in the neighborhood of about $11,000. Let me say that one more time. For a 3-day trial, the printing and indexing and filing of the appendix and the briefs by a third-party copy company was $11,000. Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, that trial was 6 weeks. So yes, I'm going to hire a company to do that, because you are either doing that or you are buying a brand new printer to print off this appendix. Okay, so here we go. In the Court of Appeals of Virginia, record number 1072-22-4, John C. Depp II versus Amber Laura Heard. Brief of the appellant. And we have Mr. Benjamin Chu, Jessica Myers, all of the Brown Rudnick crew. And there we go, Lex Group. Like I said, they handle all the filing. They do all the printing. They print all of that stuff out. It's pretty remarkable what they do. Chris Cat Queen, holy crap and a cracker. Same. Yep. Imagine explaining that to a client. The client's like, I want to appeal. And you're like, well, here's the thing. Like, I can afford your fees. Well, here's the thing. There's more to an appeal than just the attorney's fees. Yeah. Table of authorities, statement of the case. These are all required by the court. They must be spaced appropriately with the pages numbered. The court has all of their different things. Standard of review. We've got our table of contents and index. The trial court erred in denying Mr. Depp's proposed jury instructions. Blah, blah, blah. The index and table. This lays down the foundation of where we're going with this. So, table of authorities. The table of authorities in Virginia, you actually have to print them alphabetically, then indicate where they appear in the brief. So like I said, we send the brief, like I send the brief directly to the company, and the company has paralegals that go and find the different citations. They make sure the citations are correct, because the last thing you want is a court of appeals judge to read a citation for a case that you have put in there. The judge goes to look it up and it points to the wrong case or the wrong page, because that's a lot they have to read through already. As you guys might recall, this is going to a 3-judge panel that will decide the issues of appeal. The issues of appeal are issues of law. They are not re-arguing the case. They are not re-arguing the facts. Well, in certain terms. We'll get to that in a second. So these are all the cases that were cited, and we are already on page number 7. Now, this doesn't count towards the page count. Statement of the case. I'm sure for those of you who have already watched a lot of coverage on this one, that you guys have probably seen a lot of this already. So we're going to try and talk through it. I'm going to read it as quickly as I can so that we're not doubling up on a lot of coverage you guys have already watched. Okay, so this appeal arises from a 6-week jury trial in competing claims for defamation. Appellant John C. Depp, Mr. Depp, alleged that appellee Amber Laura Heard defamed him by implying in an op-ed in the Washington Post that he had abused her during the relationship and a brief marriage. By counterclaim, Ms. Heard alleged that one of Mr. Depp's attorneys, non-party Adam Waldman, defamed her in 3 statements, collectively the Waldman statements, to the United Kingdom tabloid The Daily Mail, claiming that Ms. Heard's claims of abuse were false. Footnote: Ms. Heard's counterclaim originally alleged 3 claims against Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp filed a demur, which is seeking to dismiss for failure to state a claim, and plea in bar. Plea in bar says you cannot bring this claim for some legal reason that's not stated in the pleadings. To the counterclaim, which the trial court largely granted, says can't bring these claims here. It dismissed 2 of the counts entirely, leaving a single count for defamation based on the 3 Waldman statements. So we're talking about 1 of the counts remaining. Okay, so back to where we were. She alleged that Mr. Depp was vicariously liable for his attorney's statements. Vicariously liable. Now this, Emily rolled over that one real quick. And I wanted to pause here because I think that this is the first bit of discomfort that the Depp team wants the Court of Appeals to feel. Vicarious liability is when you are made liable by the acts of somebody else. You are responsible for the things that this other person does because you control them. Think, for example, a contractor. A general contractor hires various subcontractors and employees. The employees go out and they build something on behalf of the general contractor who has direct supervision and control over the subcontractor. So I hire a contractor. The contractor has employees and they come and they do a job. And the contractor is responsible for those employees. So if the employees, while they're doing this job, end up running the little tractor they have on site, if they run that through my wall, the employer is liable, vicariously liable, because even though the employee is the one that rode the contractor through my wall, the employer was responsible for the employee's behavior. There was so much of a connection that we can hold the prime responsible for the action of the agent. This is made and written this way to make the judges uncomfortable because you saw all of these comments in here. Like this one sentence, I think is beautifully crafted. She alleged that Mr. Depp was vicariously liable, triggering in the mind of the appellate court. Okay, subcontractor, employee, got it, for his attorney's statements. That then triggers the discomfort right there. Attorneys are independent. They are people. They still have the rights to speak as they choose. Doesn't mean that everything the attorney says is automatically attributed to the client. Think about our dear friend, the Canadian from up north, Ian Runkle. Mr. Runkle says a lot of stuff. Oh, seriously? Wait, hang on. Jane Davis. Law number, that's so weird. Runkle's example was also a truck running in. That's awesome. But I mean, not awesome, but awesome that, like, I think it's the easiest way to explain it, to be quite honest. So I'm glad that we both kind of explain it that way. Back to the attorney part. Think of our dear Canadian friend, Mr. Runkle. Now, let's say that he has a client that does all kinds of allegedly bad things. Mr. Runkle goes out of court and at a bar goes and says, you know, my client didn't do it. The victim is clearly lying and the victim is clearly crazy. Are we now going to charge? Are we going to add a charge on to this criminal based on what Mr. Runkle said outside of the courtroom? Are we then going to allow the criminal to be sued by the client for defamation because the attorney outside of his presence said something that this guy might believe, but this guy didn't say it. He didn't authorize Ian to go and say that thing. Are we going to hold him liable for it? I think this is why a lot of us became very uncomfortable with this particular claim. Mr. Depp filed a motion for summary judgment on the single counterclaim. On March 24, 2022, the trial court denied Mr. Depp's motion. The case was tried from April 11, 2022 to May 27, 2022. On May 24th, at the end of Ms. Heard's case, Mr. Depp made a motion to strike her claims, basically renewing the motion for summary judgment, saying, look, with all the evidence that was out there, you should grant my motion and deny her ability to go to the jury. That was denied. Mr. Depp renewed the motion again before it went to the jury, which was also denied. May 27th, the jury retired to deliberate, and it returned its verdict, which overwhelmingly favored Mr. Depp. That it did. The jury found that Ms. Heard defamed Mr. Depp in the op-ed and awarded Mr. Depp $10 million in compensatory damages and $5 million in punitive. Footnote: trial court reduced the punitive to $350,000 for a total judgment of $10,350,000. Correct. Scrolling back up, on the counterclaim, the jury found in Mr. Depp's favor on 2 of the 3 Waldman statements, but in favor of Ms. Heard on the 3rd Waldman statement. That is the only statement at issue in this appeal. So basically, we have one issue. So the attorneys do a good job of narrowing this down to what the Court of Appeals is supposed to look at. On June 24th, the trial court entered judgment on the jury's verdict. Footnote: on July 1st, Ms. Heard filed a 42-page post-trial motion. That was something. That was the jury. The juror was not who he says he was. He was the father, all of the above. Asking the trial court to set aside the verdict on Mr. Depp's claims, which the court denied on July 13th. That motion is not relevant to this appeal. That was a little bit of shade right there, but sure, why not? Mr. Depp timely noted his appeal on July 22nd, 2022. Introduction: the jury's emphatic favorable verdict on all 3 defamatory statements alleged in his complaint fully vindicated Mr. Depp and restored his reputation. Someone should tell Twitter. Indeed, Mr. Depp prevailed in the trial court on virtually all material issues, and the verdict of the jury and judgment of the trial court represent an intelligent and well-reasoned decision. Highlight: jury, you did a fantastic job on the merits after a full and fair trial and should be largely, parenthetical, though not entirely, affirmed. However, the trial court was confronted with a number of novel and complex legal and factual issues. Translated: judge, they asked you to do a lot of things that you weren't expected to do at the outset. This was very hard. We don't blame you for getting it wrong. And although the trial court decided in vast majority of these issues sensibly and correctly, again, judge, you did the good thing. A few rulings were erroneous. You tried your best. We argued hard. You got some of these wrong. Mr. Depp does not appeal the verdict on his claim, nor does he appeal the verdict in favor of on 2 of the 3 Waldman statements, also, His appeal relates solely to the Waldman statement on which Ms. Heard prevailed. A statement in the Daily Mail article, the April 27th Waldman statement, the judgment in Ms. Heard's favor on that loan statement is erroneous. Ms. Heard's claim was fatally flawed, and the trial court should have granted Mr. Depp's motion for summary judgment and his motion to strike the evidence for 3 reasons. One, I love when people do this. This is active writing. This is not passive writing. This isn't saying the judge got things wrong in multiple ways. This is coming out and saying there are 3 reasons why you should grant our appeal. Fantastic. Like, give me the signpost. Tell me what I have to look at. Tell me what I have to think of in order to make the right call. First, Mr. Depp cannot be held liable for Mr. Waldman's statements as a matter of law. Basically, no matter what Mr. Waldman said, this is what this says. No matter what Mr. Waldman said, as a matter of law, you cannot say that that Depp is responsible for statements made by somebody else. Ms. Heard sought to hold Mr. Depp liable for the April 27th statement purely on a theory of vicarious liability, contending that Mr. Depp was liable merely because Mr. Waldman had been retained by Mr. Depp as his attorney and therefore his agent. If there are any attorneys in the chat that are feeling uncomfortable, you should, because it made all of us feel uncomfortable too. We carry a lot of responsibility as attorneys to speak on behalf of our clients, but we always know that the words that come out of our mouth are our words and not those of our client and shouldn't be viewed against our client. again, go back to imagine Ian standing up in court and saying something, and all of a sudden Ian has now tied something to his client that his client might not have even known about or authorized him to say. Kind of uncomfortable. But as a matter of law, Mr. Waldman is an independent contractor whose allegedly tortious conduct is not automatically attributable to Mr. Depp. Indeed, a wealth of authority supports limiting a client's liability for allegedly tortious interference or tortious conduct by an attorney, and the court should impose that same limit here. Second, issue number 2, because Ms. Heard proceeded against Mr. Depp at trial on a purely vicarious theory of liability, she was required to present evidence that Mr. Waldman committed each element of the tort of defamation, including that he had acted with actual malice. Basically saying, look, if you're going to say that Mr. Depp is responsible for Mr. Waldman's statements, then Mr. Waldman is the one who has to have the knowledge that what he is saying is false, or has to be the one acting with reckless disregard for whether it's true or not. So if you're going to tie the statements and the consequences of that statement to Mr. Waldman, you have to impose the obligation that they find Mr. Waldman made the statement with the same level of knowledge as would have been required if it was coming out of Mr. Depp's mouth. Fair? Got it. She was required to present evidence that Mr. Waldman committed each element of the tort of defamation, blah, 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 actual malice. No evidence of Mr. Waldman's actual malice was presented at trial, as you guys might remember from the deposition that was presented to the jury. The deposition itself was basically Mr. Waldman saying, I accept the instruction when being instructed not to release information based on attorney and client privilege. The idea that they were implying, and this was the argument they made that I really didn't like. They made this argument and they allowed this to be played in front of the jury for the sole purpose of Mr. Waldman accepting the instruction that he was not to divulge attorney-client privileged conversations. Every single thing that Mr. Depp tells to his attorney is confidential. All of that is the confidential, protected by attorney-client privilege. Mr. Depp could have told Mr. Waldman that he had chocolate ice cream that day, and Mr. Waldman cannot divulge that information. However, Ms. Heard's team was allowed to play a deposition where Ms. Bredehoff was asking questions of Mr. Waldman and asking questions such as, you knew this was a lie, or something to that effect. And Mr. Waldman said, I accept the instruction. I'm not going to divulge this because of privilege. The problem I have with this is that the implication there is that the privilege is being thrown up as a shield to protect from divulging information that wouldn't otherwise be divulged. And that implication I felt as being remarkably inappropriate, because you don't know, and you're not allowed to know, what was discussed in those meetings. But to imply that what was discussed was the subject of the question that was just asked, I thought was remarkably misleading, and I personally thought should have never been allowed to be played. That was just my opinion. So, and I think that Johnny Depp's team agreed with that as well. So anyway, no evidence of actual malice was presented at trial, so the judgment against Mr. Depp cannot be sustained. Issue number 3, the April 27th Waldman statement viewed in context, because again, context was important here, is a non-actionable statement of opinion insufficient to support a claim for defamation. In addition to erroneously denying Mr. Depp's motion for summary judgment and motion to strike, the trial court also erred in excluding from evidence the complete Daily Mail articles containing the Waldman statements and refusing to give jury instructions as to Mr. Waldman's status as an independent contractor. This was a bit contentious, and it was something that was kind of not broadcast as openly, but there was a lot of debate over the instructions themselves. And the jury was basically instructed to say that if Waldman said this, then the jury could essentially assume that it was Mr. Depp's statement. I didn't really like that instruction. I thought there was a lot of muddy water there, but I also don't know how it could have been instructed properly given the previous rulings of the court. So, assignments of error. Trial court, here's what you got wrong. The trial court erred by denying Mr. Depp's motion for summary judgment as to Ms. Heard's counterclaim. And 2, Mr. Depp's motion to strike the evidence as to Ms. Heard's counterclaim. Same legal standard for both of those rulings. So now we get to look at the specific issues. A, Mr. Waldman is an independent contractor and Mr. Depp is not liable for Mr. Waldman's allegedly tortious conduct as a matter of law. B, Ms. Heard failed to present any clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman made the counterclaim statements with actual malice. And C, the Waldman statements are not actionable statements sufficient to support a claim for defamation. There we go. Those are the three issues. Preserved, this is where they point in the record to where they actually preserve the issues. The different parts of the record. Your Honor, for the record. For the record. For the record. This is the actual record. This is the part of the trial transcripts and the part of the pleadings where these arguments were made and where they objected to the judge's ruling. All you have to do is object. You don't have to say, for the record, all these facts, blah, 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 blah. You've heard attorneys refer to cleaning up the record. Cleaning up the record. If you remember at the end of Amber Heard's case, her attorney stood up for a while with a binder in front of him and made an offer of proof and said, if we were allowed to present this evidence, this is what it would have said. That is what's called cleaning up the record. That's basically making it clear to the appellate court that this is what we would have wanted to present. So the appellate court knows, they're not just speculating like, hey, if the judge ruled in your favor here, it's not sure you would have won. The appellate court now has an understanding of where they were going with it. So that's what's cleaning up the record. All the issues being preserved. Statement of facts. Let's see if we can't skim through some of this. While I do this, let's play one more funny video because I need to get up and do something real quick. Funny video, intermission. Enjoy.
You could use a rug out here for your guests to wipe their feet, eh?
Yeah, I don't really like the look of that, so.
Okay, just a suggestion. I guess you need actual guests to come to your house anyway, though.
Yeah. Anyone else feel like that personally affronted them? Good, me too. Or just parents, period. Hey, Peter. Oh. So, lawyer, you know, in the chat, love seeing you here, buddy. The question everyone's been asking, is your Christmas tree up yet? Oh, no. No, I'm not Christmas tree ready. I'm waiting for Turkey Day. And I'd like a nap. Like there's winter's naps. I want one of those. Peter, is your Christmas tree up yet? I know when I lived in Florida, I went to law school in South Florida. When I went down and lived there, the only reason you knew Christmas season was around was Starbucks. Their coffee cups changed color from the standard green to the red. So, no. My Christmas tree does not go up until Thanksgiving Day. I try to create a ritual where my nieces and nephews, when they come over for Thanksgiving dinner, we all get to put it up together. So, but thanks for being here, buddy. Love seeing you. I know that you read through the this appellate brief as well, and I'm curious as to your opinions on it because I thought it was very well written, to be quite frank. And I loved how direct it was. Some people take circuitous avenues to reach an argument. This law firm does not. This law firm comes straight out and hits right to the punch. So, back to where we were. Focusing. In connection with her counterclaim, Ms. Heard contended at trial that Mr. Waldman, acting as Mr. Depp's agent, defamed her in 3 statements to the United Kingdom tabloid The Daily Mail. Should have been a comma there. Okay, that's fair. The first Waldman statement was quoted in the Daily Mail article dated April 8th, 2020, and stated that Ms. Heard had used fake sexual violence allegations and promoted sexual violence hoax facts. Again, point of the record. The article also contained a general discussion of the dispute and litigation between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. Footnote. The article noted, for instance, Ms. Heard's lurid 300-page filing cataloging the horrific abuse she claims to have suffered at Mr. Depp's hands. Interesting. And quotes from attorneys adverse to Mr. Depp, the jury did not find this statement to be defamatory. The second Waldman statement was quoted in a June 24, 2020 Daily Mail article. Daily Mail didn't like him and stated that Ms. Heard's allegations were a, quote, hoax. That article also included a quote from Ms. Heard's attorneys that, quote, "We believe Amber Heard and we believe in Amber," end quote. And a summary of both Mr. Depp's and Ms. Heard's sides of the dispute. The jury did not find the statement to be defamatory either. Now, see, this is an interesting tactic because these are valuable words. You guys have seen that they have used about a page. Now, be mindful, this is a 44-page brief. They have maximized their use of all of the pages and words. Peter in the chat, I'm sure he can tell you, and I'm sure that every other attorney will tell you, the number of words you have in these appellate briefs are invaluable. Every single word is painstakingly gone over and chosen as to what should or should not be included. If it is not necessary, you kick it out, period, end of story. The fact that they chose to include this here was to basically, in my opinion, give a lot of context to the appellate court, saying, look, judge, they found these statements weren't defamatory. They should have had the opportunity to read the full statement, and they would have found the same thing if they had that chance to read the article. So the April 27th Waldman statement, the sole statement, emphasis added on the italicized sole statement, little shade there, on which the jury found in Ms. Heard's favor, is contained in the Daily Mail article dated April 27th, 2020, with the headline, "Exclusive," all caps. "I need to report an assault. Listen to 911 call made the night Johnny Depp and Amber Heard had a blowout fight that ended in their toxic 18-month marriage, but both claim tape backs their version of events." Holy crap, that's a lot of words. That's a headline? That's a paragraph. All right, sure. Daily Mail has different standards for headlines. The April 27 article describes a recording of a phone call to police on the night of May 21st, 2016, a date on which Ms. Heard alleged Mr. Depp threw a phone at her and roughed up the apartments at the Eastern Columbia building. The April 27 article comments that, quote, "Heard's attorney says phone records and police department logs vindicate Ms. Heard's account of the final shocking episode of domestic violence that she endured before filing for divorce, whereas Depp's legal team says this recording does the precise opposite. However, by raising discrepancies in the various accounts Heard and her allies have given of the notorious, quote, dust up, it details Ms. Heard's various allegations about the abuse she claims to have suffered on May 21, 2016, noting that the domestic violence blah, blah, blah case ultimately fizzled when two LAPD officers who responded to the 8:27 p.m. call, Melissa Sains and Tyler Hayden, said they never found any evidence of a crime." Fair. Trying to remember what they said. Okay. April 27, the article further states that Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, said the various discrepancies proved that nothing Heard and her friends said about the events of May 21, 2016 could be considered credible. It sets out Mr. Waldman's purported defamatory statement. This is the statement the jury found to be defamatory. This, as you will remember, was the longest of the statements that was included in this entire allegation. I think the length of the statement actually serves to some of the finding here. So, begin quote. Quote, "Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempts didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed up the place, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed the second call to 911. Now, I have read this statement a number of times, and I have an issue with tell me if I'm crazy here. The second half of this statement, that sounds remarkably like opinion to me. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, statement of fact, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. Clearly speculation, not sure where he's saying that that's a factual assertion. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine, roughed up the place, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed the second call to 911. Huh. That part's always bothered me. It's always bothered me. I can see why a jury would be uncomfortable with that second sentence. And that was why I thought they ruled in her favor on that. But it just, and I think that's why Depp's team wanted the whole article in. But again, the whole article would have brought in some of the UK stuff, which was properly excluded. So it's a question. So the April 27th article also includes quotes from Mr. Wallman that Ms. Heard did not include in her defamation claim, but even this didn't have the desired effect because 2 domestic abuse trained LAPD police would later provide a pair of sworn depositions saying they saw no evidence of a crime. These lies about who made the calls and when are just the tip of the iceberg, as the evidence will show in court. Why is this not protected by litigation privilege? He is openly talking about what is or is not proved in court. I don't like this. Finally, it presents a contrary view, quoting Ms. Heard's attorneys at the time. Quote, Heard's legal team rejected those allegations as fantasies. Mr. Depp representations about the 911 calls on the night of May 21, 2016 are false, and Mr. Depp and his lawyers should know better. Oh, see, that comes in too. So all of the evidence, including sworn testimony from multiple witnesses, phone records, and police department logs, are consistent with the truthful account given by a witness favorable to Ms. Heard. Redacted, I guess. Okay, so fair. Mr. Wallman has a professional license. He's an attorney. Is the owner and managing member of his own law firm. Owns a law firm. I can sympathize. And provides legal services to his clients. Again, I can sympathize. I think so can Peter. Hey, Peter, if you're still in the chat, how uncomfortable are you with this idea? Like with the idea that you, as the owner of a law firm, when you make a statement to the press about a case you're handling, might somehow be tied back to your client? Like, does that bother you? Like, people have talked about this case setting precedent, and I don't think it would set precedent, except for the defamation by implication thing, to the extent that does make a ruling. But if this is allowed to stand, I think this changes a lot of precedent for attorneys, and it makes us a lot, kind of messes with our ability to talk. And I think it kind of imposes an obligation that extends beyond the walls of our business, which I am very uncomfortable with. Like if I'm out at a bar talking with friends and I make a comment about a case I'm handling that's a public case, and the comment I make, can that then get tied back to my client as being defamatory? Yeah, I do not like this argument. And I see that Peter's picking up his daughter. Hope that is a wonderful weekend. Enjoy the Friday. Hope the weather's well down there. Yeah. Yeah. Peter said he's picking up his daughter. He doesn't need a stream invite, but Runkle has one. Here's Ian. Hey, Ian.
Hey. What did I miss?
How you doing? I was talking about how uncomfortable I would be if this Waldman theory was extended. Like, say hypothetically, you and I are talking at a bar after one of the cases I've handled, and there's someone that's like right next to us that's in a group of friends. And it's a case I'm handling, but I'm clearly not like going out and making a public statement on behalf of my client. But based on this theory that they're asking the Court of Appeal, well, that Heard's team is, prevailed on, my client can be held accountable for the statement that I made in a group of friends at a bar.
Oh, it goes beyond that, because they're saying that you should be liable for all intentional torts. So I gave the hypothetical in my stream of let's imagine that Camille Vasquez has just had enough and she decides to back her truck over Amber Heard. Oh, is Johnny Depp on the hook for that?
Okay, well, that was a different, like the chat made a comment about you like identifying the truck, and I thought they were talking about like a contractor with a subcontractor that was driving the truck.
Oh, I mean, I had lots of different hypotheticals, but like you know, if you imagine that one, then in theory, Depp would be on the hook as, under this agency theory. And I'm going, maybe not. Maybe this isn't how the law should work.
Yeah, I didn't like it. So I think that,
people are saying, that escalated quickly. I mean, I got limited time here before I got to go get some sleep before my 24-hour live stream. So,
when does that begin on my time?
That would be 2 a.m. your time.
I will not be joining you when it begins.
No, I mean, you got a standing invite through the whole thing, but I assume that for much of it, you're probably going to be asleep. And probably. That's entirely... But I've got an interesting story.
Please tell.
So I went to do a mail call, and somebody sent me this thing. I don't know if you can read it.
Teeth creatures.
Teeth creatures, AD&D, roll for concentration.
Oh,
it is awesome.
Awesome.
So
did you see my the Nightwind? Ready?
Oh, that is super cool. That is super cool.
So
now I'm thinking I need to make a little leatherwork unicorn to send your way. So
I don't think you need to. So I'm going to go through.
The story. So I'm on my way out of there, and there's a young woman who's leaving, and the security guard basically shoves her as she walks out the door and starts kind of slapping at her and like slapping at her hands and her waist. And I'm going, I did not hear any sort of "you're under arrest." I did not hear anything like that. He's just smacking her. And she's like, what are you doing? And the guy's like, I need to see in your bag, empty your bag. And she's like, no, I paid for all this stuff. And so I'm just sitting there going, I'm still not hearing the magic words of, "you're under arrest." All I see is this guy smacking her. And I'm going, this is real sketchy. So I'm sitting there and I'm just not leaving. Like, I'm just sitting there watching. And so eventually this guy realizes that there's somebody else watching and stops with the slapping. And she's like, she's going, I want to see the manager. He's like, well, I'll get, mall security. She's like, yes, get mall security, get the police, get everybody. And he's like, I need to see your receipt. And she's like, why would I show her? Like, why would I have a receipt? Nobody saves a receipt, for just random shit you'd buy at like the random store. So he's going to town on this, but he's stopped trying to smack her and he's stopped trying to grab her. Security from the mall shows up and they're like, so is she under arrest? And the guy's like, well, I'm gonna ban her. And he's like, they're like, okay, cool, you can do that, but is she under arrest? And he obviously doesn't have grounds for arrest, right? He just does not have he doesn't have that lined up. So I'm sitting there going, so you just assaulted this woman for no freaking reason.
Say that's assault, brother.
And even if she did have a bunch of stolen crap in her bag at this point, because he was assaulting her before any proper arrest, it's like, well, that's gone. So I'm sitting there going, yeah, dude, like, what the hell? So I stuck around until she was able to get out of there sort of safely. And I'm just like, what the hell? And the mall security there's taking notes, and I'm like, okay, here's my contact information, because if he does decide he wants to press charges, I would like to be there to testify to, like, what the hell were you up to? Because Anyway, that was my little fun moment of just like, hey, you can't just smack this woman because you feel like she might have taken something. So, yeah, and I was not
You
super
always
impressed by that.
you always end up in like the weirdest positions, like always. Always. I don't know how.
It's just this random weird moment as I'm sitting there, like, I'm just trying to walk out with my mail and going like, yay. So, yeah.
By the way, Ian Runkle is doing a live stream. Would you like to announce what the live stream is that you're doing beginning at 2 a.m. my time, 11 p.m. your time?
Beginning midnight my time.
Midnight your time.
So it is going to be a 24-hour live stream, or as long as I make it, because I'm still sort of recovering post-COVID. So if I have to tap out sooner.
Here's a super chat that's rather timely. Runkle postponing your 24-hour. I think he's good to go. He has been increasing his time. I think he's good to go on it, but I do agree with his sentiment of tapping out early if he needs to.
Yeah, if I find I can't do it, then I'll say, hey, I gave it my best go. And but the thing is if I push it back a week, then I'm gonna have a bunch of there's going to be a bunch of people who, forget about it. And ultimately who that hurts is going to be the sick kids, because this is to raise money for the Stollery Children's Hospital. So I'm like, I'm going to give it a go and see what we can do. So I'll be drinking. I'll be, drinking energy drinks. Probably I might mix energy drinks with vodka. And yeah, we'll just see how it goes. But you guys are welcome to drop in and sort of see the shenanigans as that goes on. But yeah, it should be a good time. And as I promised, people will get to see the tiredest Runkle. So yeah,
the topics that will be covered will be few, far, many, and all the in between.
It'll probably be mostly video game stuff, but if people have questions, then I will throw that up. And yeah, it starts basically in a few hours. So I'm going to basically finish this drink and then go get some sleep to, a few hours sleep before I get this going.
Good deal, my friend. So go check that out when you can, guys. It really would be awesome. Let me do this. We're going to plow through the first half of this, the Depp case, because I know that, look, let me put it this way. Emily has covered this. Ian has covered this.
Kurt.
I think Nate has covered this. Kurt has covered this. Tragos Peters covered this. DUI guys covered this. Every single person has talked about this brief. I am trying to give. It is. It's very well written. I'm trying to give a little bit of Virginia flair on it, just to kind of say where I think that the Virginia courts are. Yeah.
Is that like header with the font? Is that
Yes.
prescribed Virginia style?
So that's the Lex group. That's the group that did the printing. And I was telling the chat earlier that the last appeal I had was a 3-day appeal. And so it was a three-day trial, and I appealed that. And the printing for the appendix and the printing and prepping and filing by this group of printers was $11,000 for that.
Jeez, yeah.
Oh, and Andrea Burkhart covered it too. And Andrea Burkhart's analysis on this stuff, Andrea and I DM on the Depp stuff a lot. Her analysis has been 100% spot on. I have loved every take that she has had on this case.
Andrea is amazing because she's one of these people who can just kind of talk off the cuff, and it feels like she's been doing 3 weeks of research on it. Yeah. Andrea
and she and I have been talking about this case and the appeal in this case for quite a while. So
I've got to send her an invite for the 24-hour live stream if she wants to pop on to chat or whatever and see Dead Tired Runkle.
Yeah. Kate R. EDB's chat decided the font looks like old school Disney, specifically Robin Hood. Fair. I see that totally. All right,
Absolutely.
let's see. We're going to plow through some of these stuff, and I'll see if there's anything that I can do. Ian, this one's for you. Lori, where do we donate?
If
Is
you
there a
go to
link
my
I can throw in? Can I throw a link in my description?
Yeah, if you go to my Twitter feed, it's got a link at the pin or in the pins, but I'll just try to throw that up here. So
If you throw it in the chat, I'll pin it.
sounds good. Going in 3, 2, 1, fire.
And fired off. And stop scrolling chat. Stop chat. Pin the message. All right. So Runkle's message, the location for you to donate is pinned. So, yep. I'm going to read this one, then we're going to move on and keep doing the appeal. Maggie Luds, thank you for the super chat. Very, very, very gracious and nice of you. Great to see you back and not on a Word document, Runkle. Just got hit with the bug myself after 3 years of dodging it, but on the other side and feeling better.
I forgot about that Word document thing, but that was fun. That was when my throat was still just ragged.
That was a week ago. All right, let me do this. Let's see here. Put this back on stream. There we go. Okay, so evidence regarding, let's go to the law part of this one. So we've got the lawyer, legal statement, testimony, the sole testimony, attorney-client relationship. So I talked about that earlier, about the fact that they were allowed to play that deposition where all he did was take the instruction of not revealing confidential information. I didn't like that. That was terrible.
Well, I was actually surprised that they got money out of that, because I was thinking that was a major mistake, because I was just thinking, because he spends the first however long just going, under instructions, I'm not answering that. And they're like, why do you think that she committed perjury? And he's like, let me tell you how terrible she is. And I'm just like, why would you put this to a jury?
It was, and that was the trade-off they made. That had to have been the trade-off. Like, they're like, we're going to let you put this in front of the jury. Like the whole, we accept the instruction or I accept the instruction, but I'm going to allow the other stuff to go in too. So there must have been some horse trading in the background.
Yeah, but I mean, holy crap, was that, you're just letting this lawyer talk about how he thinks that Amber committed perjury. I'm just like, whoa, that's a bold move, Cotton.
Bo, I see you in the chat. I'm not making Ian go. Ian can hang out here as long as he would like. I am going to kick him off at some point so he actually gets some rest. I'm going to
finish this drink, and then I'm going to go.
Yep.
Then I'm going to go crash.
Yep. All right. Argument. The trial court erred in denying the motion for summary judgment. The standard of review. This part I think is important. The facts we all know. We saw the trial. The argument, the standard of review. I think this part's important. In reviewing a ruling on a motion for summary judgment or a motion to strike, the court normally considers the relevant portions of the record in light most favorable to the non-moving party, that being Ms. Heard in this case, and draws reasonable inferences in favor of Ms. Heard. Fair. However, an appellate court in Virginia on the issue of punitive damages, or where actual malice must be proven, must independently decide whether the evidence in the record on appeal is sufficient to support the finding of New York Times actual malice by clear and convincing evidence. The reason why that is the case is that technicality. You guys remember how much was talked about actual malice and what it meant, and how media outlets got confused the world over.
Everybody thought it was like meant. Mustache twirling evil.
It is too complicated of an issue. It is a legal determination. That is why this is something that's decided by the court. Whether the statements as a matter of law can possibly arise to actual malice. So it's not whether they do or do not. It's whether they could possibly give rise to an actual malice finding. So Depp's team is saying that no matter what you take these statements to be, they cannot, as a matter of law, satisfy the New York Times v. Sullivan standard of actual malice. The jury should have never been asked that question, because asking that question under that setting allows them to say actual malice means something it might not.
And wouldn't that have been amazing as a end point? I'm just like, let's imagine the alternate hypothetical of this trial ends and Judge A says to the jury, okay, listen, Ms. Heard has some counterclaims and you're not going to get to decide any of them. All you get to decide is whether, she defamed Johnny Depp, and her claims you won't get to hear, like you won't get to decide them. That would have been just amazing.
Well, I would have dismissed. Oh, I've had this discussion before. I would have dismissed my counterclaim if I were heard. I would have dismissed the counterclaim, take all of the ammo away from Depp, and then you just have the statements were what they are, and you're not getting in the weeds with this stuff. But it was bad legal strategy. It was bad strategy.
I think somebody in that room was sort of smelling their own farts, because
Ian, I have a new emoji in the chat, the sparkle fart. And I'm fairly certain the chat's going to light up with it right now.
That's the kind of argument you make when you think you're doing well. And like, she was not doing well, right? Holy crap. Somebody in the chat said that I'm over my 5,000.
It's because we love you.
Spiraled. I got to move my goal.
It's because we love you.
Because, well, thank you guys. That's awesome. Because, but yeah, I mean, there were points where they were just making these arguments where I thought that this is an argument you make when you think you can spike the football, and she was not in a position to spike the football, right? It was just like, and if you've watched Firefly, and I know you haven't, and you need to.
God, Ian, I need time.
Okay, we need to do a watch party for Firefly.
That's fair. I'll accept the instruction.
So, yeah, and I was at 3,500, and now it's over it's close to 6,000. Holy crap, guys!
Y'all are amazing. Y'all are just amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, But so we need to do a watch. But there's a part where this one character's there, and somebody's like, "Oh my god, he thinks he's doing well." And that's what I was thinking this whole, as they were making their closing, I'm going, do they think they're winning?
Yeah, they did.
And this is kind of one of the, when I write appeal briefs, there's a friend of mine I reach out to, because he will, without fail, he'll go through my appeal briefs and he'll be like, this part is bullshit and is crap. And he is my best friend for this. He is the absolute guy you need for when you're writing appeal briefs, because you need that person. So many people, you send out hey, I'm writing this, for the Court of Appeal, and they're like, oh, this is so good. And you're like, that doesn't help. I can't improve anything on. And I think the only people they had were the people in the room going, oh, this is so good. This is so amazing. This is so wonderful. And they needed that person to be like, no, this is shit. You are losing.
Well, to continue on the fart joke. This person sat in the room with their own fart for so long that they lost the smell of how bad it was.
Yeah. They just didn't these are people who finished watching Amber's testimony and went, oh, she's so brave. She did such a good job.
Well,
and I'm going, that's not what the jury was getting out of this.
I know.
And
amazing. Amazing.
As defense counsel, I've had to tell clients, they get off the stand and they're like, how'd I do? And I'm like, you sucked. And they're like, what? And I'm like, that was awful.
And they come in like, I think that went really well. Oh, good. Sit down. We'll talk at the break.
Yeah. You think it went well, did you?
Mhm.
Yeah, we're going to talk later, and I will explain to you just how badly you screwed up, because every part of this was a screw up, and from beginning to end, and it continues to be, as like that's part of the job, is the realistic assessment.
Mhm.
Like when I tell like clients, like, hey, listen, your odds of getting convicted are now approaching 100% after your testimony. We really should talk to the Crown and see if there's still room for a deal. You know, that deal that they offered us that we said no thank you, is that still on the table. And yeah, it's that can be a tough conversation, but if you're only thinking that your client is just doing amazing stuff, yeah, that's a bad place to be. You're not thinking right.
I'm
Especially
calling.
like you do family law. I'm sure that
Mhm.
you get it all the time.
Oh, people that think they're saying the right things and I want to smack them. Yep, all the time.
Yep. And you're just like,
Donnie Joe Mo with the super chat. Thank you very much. I'm pulling this out of order. Thank you for posting the link for Ian, so those of us that could sleep could donate early. And Rob, thank you for being you. Chat, you rock. Chat, you are awesome. I am going to very, very strongly encourage you. If you had a thought about sending in a super chat this evening, I would strongly prefer that instead of sending that super chat in my direction, that you take a look at the link that I have posted in the top of the chat, that you go and make a donation to that donation link rather than send a super chat to the channel. Reason why is I will very likely be donating as well. So instead of just bypass. Don't let Google take their cut. Just give it straight to the charity if you don't mind. I know that I love the support that you guys give to the channel. It is so much appreciated. Just as a thought, click the link, send it to that charity if you wouldn't mind.
it's over 7,000 now. Wow, you guys are amazing. I'm just sitting here, like, wow, I'm blown away because, you know, I don't have kids, but I know people who've had to send their kids to the stollery, and that's always really rough. It's people are it's for a lot of them, it's the worst day of their. And something I guess I haven't really shared before is I used to have really bad asthma. So my first ever memory is actually of being at a hospital, which I was, in an oxygen tent. It sucked. But, that hospital probably kept me alive and, did a lot to sort of make me as comfortable as I could under crappy circumstances. So I appreciate the hell out of that, and anything that we can do to sort of make a kid's difficult circumstances a little bit easier. I appreciate the heck out of. So
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
And this one's, hey Scott, I see you, buddy. Thank you very much for tuning in and for donating. That's amazing of you. Love it.
Absolutely.
All right, we're gonna go through the standard review, and then I am gonna make Runkle listen to one story. I'm gonna pull out of order because he needs to read it, and then he can go. I promise. Because it's just I need Runkle for this one. It's too funny. In addition, questions of law are subject to de novo review. Whether an alleged defamatory statement is an actionable statement of fact or non-actionable opinion is a matter of law to be determined by the court and is reviewed de novo. Under most circumstances, whether a person is an employee or an independent contractor is generally a question of fact for the jury, but where, as here, the evidence admits of only one conclusion, the question is a matter of law that is reviewed de novo. Then we've got the independent contractor argument. You guys, I am going to defer to my dear friends, Emily D. Baker, Andrea Burkhart, Ian Runkle, Kurt Mueller from Uncivil Law, DUI guy. I mean, I'm not going to discriminate. Go and find your favorite person to talk about this stuff. I am most eager looking forward to Amber Heard's appellate brief. This one,
absolutely.
I knew what this one was going to say. We all knew what this one was going to say. This one doesn't surprise me. The one that I want to see is the one that Amber's going to file, and she has been granted until November 23rd to file that brief, and she's been granted additional pages to file it. Now, she assigned 16 assignments of error, so that additional pages count is going to be required, and I don't see a problem with the Court of Appeals granting that, because
No, that made sense to me.
It did. I mean, yeah.
The thing is I think she's doing spaghetti at the wall.
Oh,
but at the end of the day, it's I think it's proper that they assume that that's not what she's doing, that they assume that she's actually got a number of valid issues, and they give her the space to try to articulate them. I
still think you cannot hold a Court of Appeals focus for 16 issues.
God, no. I always tell people, like, if you have more than like
5.
Yeah. But like when you're getting on 10 issues, you're the losing side. Like that is losing side behavior. I don't know that I've ever seen an appeal where somebody's argued 10 plus issues and won.
Yeah, like for example, the test cases that make it to the Supreme Court, those are cases that are filed with the sole intention of preserving one issue, because it takes that many words to brief that issue.
Yeah.
Trying to keep a Court of Appeals focused for 16 issues is like trying to keep Runkle from saying a story of his own experience on a 2-hour live stream. It is not going to happen.
When I went to the Supreme Court,
funny.
I argued one issue. One. Like that's it. Because that's how it's done. You know, 3 issues is basically sort of the magic number, like 1 to 3, somewhere in there. But when you start getting to, 16, I just went, oh my God. It's so wrong.
Ian, you know that goal that you had set at 5 that you moved to 10?
Don't tell me. I gotta. Oh, it $400 or $350 away from it. Oh man!
Cheers!
I can't even move my goalpost.
You know
fast
what?
enough.
You know what? I'm going to say this. The chat has called themselves a certain name, and I have not said it out loud. Cheers to the fucking sparkle farts! Like holy crap!
Cheers. That's fantastic.
Yo, are you kidding me? You guys are freaking amazing people.
All right, I might have to move the milestone again here.
Just.
And then we should skip ahead to the bit you wanted to.
Yeah, here, this one, this case. I'm going to zoom in on it. How do I zoom in? Let me zoom in. Can I do that?
How are they having plaintiffs who are does?
That's a common thing. Why can't I make it zoom?
Oh,
right.
This is to hide their names.
Yeah. Can you see that?
I can see that. Where I am. Yep. Where I am, you would use initials if you're hiding their name. So it would be like, IR. And you use doe only in situations where you, where you don't know who they are. That's where doe is used typically.
Yeah. Elfligan, Sparkle Farts is as obnoxious as the Virginia accent, so it fits. Thank you for being here. I don't know if that's a compliment, a backhanded compliment, or any of the sort. I don't really care. The fact that this chat just double checking here got Ian Runkle to $10,610 donated. I don't care what you guys call yourselves. Y'all are amazing. And I don't care what shade you throw at the accent. Y'all are amazing. So just incredible.
I will avoid throwing shade at the accent at this particular juncture.
Feel free. Ian, do me a favor, hit the right space, the right button on your, like the right directional button on your keyboard. Make sure that does the slideshow move?
It does not. No.
Dang it.
You're gonna have to move it.
All right. Here we go. Actually, I'm going to do it this way then. Because the reason why is I want to run downstairs and grab the food because the chat has yelled at me about 16 times. And I have seen every super chat that said, go grab your food. And I'm going to do it. But I want to make sure that Runkle has something to read while we're doing it. Kristen, I told you to go and donate.
Is it something
Thank you.
getting cold on your porch?
Yeah, kind of. Kristen Russell, thank you very, very much for that very generous super chat. I have tried 4 times, doesn't like my card number on my PayPal, probably user error. Rob, can you forward? Kristen, you can be very sure that I will give more than that to this charity. I like to give back. It's one of my favorite things in the world. I don't rely on, I love being here and sharing this experience with you guys, but honestly, the super chats you guys give me, the money you fund to the channel, my favorite thing in the world is to give that back to the creators that are making stuff that I like to be a part of as well. So I love what you give as far as support to the channel. And I love that allows me to go and give additional funds and resources to the different channels that I love that make content. So I will be donating to that cause. Ian, it's lovely to see you. Glad you're feeling better. Big love from Team Ruby. You know what, Ian, if I send you the link to this story in private chat, can you pull it up on your screen and then you can scroll?
Yep.
That's a wonder. That's a better idea. Let's see here. Where did I save it? That was the Twitter. That was this one. Lawsuit. Talk amongst yourselves. We're doing professional things right here because we're always confused about what we're doing. We're trying to find how things work, and we're going to try to find the one that actually points to the actual text of the lawsuit because I want to do this. Let's actually do it this way. And I apologize for the delay, guys. This is us being professionals. We're really good at this. Very good. We're very good at working on the fly and not getting distracted. But that's also why you guys are here. It just kind of works that way. I tried to make things a little bit just less stressful, but I like stress a lot, apparently. Let's see. And there we go. All right, Ian, here in the private chat, would you mind seeing if you can pull that guy up?
I will do so. And I'm just going to download it so that I can properly share it in its own window.
Y'all are amazing. I'm looking at the chat and scrolling as I was trying to catch up while I was doing that, and y'all are killing me. And people are saying, "Don't forget to eat." Yes, that's why I'm asking Ian for a little bit of help here, so I can run downstairs and get that food.
All right, so I've got this up. If you'll have to bring up my shared screen.
Yep, there it is. All right, I'm gonna go off screen. Ian's gonna read this, and we're gonna devastate him. And I'm gonna come back and love all of the jokes and laughter.
All right, so we've got does 1 through 15 against some people I don't know, Gibson Films, Netflix, and does 16 through 100. Okay, that's interesting. And that, I don't like that claim. All right, so let's see what's going on here. Unlawfully distributed, unlawfully obtained, or misappropriated visual and auditory recordings, participating in intimate private behavior that was used to make a sizzle reel. Who are these people? All right. So, Orgasm Inc. Those depicted in the video production are criminals. What is going on? All right. Venue is proper. So we've got venue. Employees of One Taste Incorporated. I don't know what One Taste is either. Okay. So they bought these materials and then gave them to Netflix. How did they get these materials? What are these materials? Okay, they're sued under fictitious names. They're not unknown. This is terrible drafting. I still don't know what the heck we're looking at. Dominion and control over each other. Okay. All right. Maybe we'll get some answers under the facts common to all cause of action. One Taste is a business dedicated to teaching the practices of orgasmic meditation. Structured attention training practice performed with another person. This is sounding bad. By following a predefined set of detailed instructions. This is sounding bad. More than 200,000 practitioners of OM worldwide and peer-reviewed studies have found that it reduces anxiety, decreases negative emotions, and increases positive emotions, and brings greater interpersonal closeness. I bet it does. They produce educational content and classes in the field of intimacy and offer coaching for clients. They conducted retreats, workshops, and classes that were video recorded for future internal instructional purposes. Who the heck agrees to record when they're doing... Okay. They had a reasonable expectation that it was private and confidential, closed to the public. Yep. Everybody agreed that it would be private. I'm just trying to see here. Safe space. Okay, so Colesley worked with One Taste. That's starting to answer some questions as to what the hell. Yeah, I see somebody going, because I've got no idea of what's going on. Yeah, that is accurate. So he's breaching an NDA, it looks like. He was the videographer. Well, it sounds like he is... when he got fired, he kept a copy of the materials and then distributed the materials to Gibson. Okay, that sounds real bad. Oh, this sounds real bad. Well, here in Canada, this would be a criminal offense. Huh. Rob, what the hell?
Yet?
I mean, okay, so
confused?
I mean, this is terribly drafted. Because
agreed.
really,
agreed. And it's
really
terribly drafted for a reason. Well, not a reason.
They should have spelled out like what the actual story is before we get to page 8. But yeah, okay. This is interesting.
So here's let me do this. Here's the story, and we'll do the story because the lawsuit really isn't that. I mean, it's not the best. Basically, this lawsuit was filed to try and enjoin Netflix from going live with this documentary,
Right.
this docu series.
Yeah.
They did not. The trailer is available on Netflix right now, and it's supposed to be released tonight. So, which is why this is kind of timely. The allegations of the lawsuit are that certain participants in this docu-series about this Orgasm Inc. Were depicted, and their participation in these sessions teaching the benefit of the release were taken and shared with Netflix without their permission. That's their allegation.
Yeah. And in fact, in contravention of an NDA.
Yeah. In theory. What's interesting, though, is that one of the participants here, so the docu-series, and let me do this. I'll pull the article up. So while you're scrolling through that, because the lawsuit's really not that interesting. It says, you used my stuff and my likeness without my permission. What you will note is that one of the people, or the people that are backing this, are actually the enterprise itself that was at the subject of the controversial docu-series. So it's like they're using the participants to try and prevent this docu-series from coming out. The docu-series is calling foul on the company itself and what they were selling.
Right.
So let me do this. Let me swap this out for my screen.
I mean, it doesn't seem entirely unreasonable, because if you posted, if this is actually potentially putting them up to criminal liability here in Canada.
Yeah. So here we go. All right, let me zoom in. So here we go. This is from People Magazine. Lawsuit seeks to block the release of Netflix doc about orgasmic meditation. Group One Taste. November 4th, 5:05 p.m. So
that's such a bad name for that too.
I know, just terrible names. Like, what? Who chose this?
I don't want to be thinking about flavors in this context.
No, why would you? So let me zoom and get the thingy going. There we go. I'll do one step back. All right, courtesy of Netflix. More than a dozen people formerly or currently associated with the orgasmic meditation group One Taste are suing Netflix to halt the release of a documentary set to premiere on Saturday. A court document reviewed by People shows that 15 anonymous, quote, current or former associates, students, and or employees of One Taste and people who participated in classes and seminars offered by the group filed the lawsuit in Los Angeles Superior Court, alleging the streaming giant's upcoming documentary, Orgasm Incorporated, the story of One Taste, shares footage that violates their privacy. Now, interestingly enough, by the way, Los Angeles Superior Court, dude, do better. I thought Pacer was expensive. Holy smokes, downloading documents from that court system. I think I paid $23 just to get the response in opposition to the motion for injunction and the minute orders on this stuff.
Jeez, you guys get slammed.
It's not fun. Los Angeles needs to make their money. So anyways, we've got this. Some video clips likely show nudity, they claim. From my client's perspective, one of the biggest problems is that they don't know whether or not they are in the documentary, the group's lawyer, Paul Nicholas Boylan, told People. They filed their lawsuit to encourage Netflix to tell them. Boylan says, while Netflix assured his clients that there are no images of them unclothed or engaged in sexual activity in the documentary, he cannot help but wonder why Netflix couldn't have let them know sooner so he could have avoided so much worry. The failure to reassure them when it would have cost Netflix nearly nothing to do so makes me wonder about Netflix's motives in all of this. One Taste, now rebranded as the Institute of OM, was built around slow sex and orgasmic meditation, which Bloomberg described as a procedure that typically involves a man using a gloved, lubricant, blah, 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 the thingies that touch the body parts that make things happen for 15 minutes. Four group members
so
spoke.
Many jokes I want to make there.
That was why. Like when this got leaked, I was like, there is no other like live stream that can like really handle something like this than Friday Night Frenzy. It just kind of has to. Emily could do justice to it, and I'm sure Emily is. I'm going to encourage her strongly to follow this lawsuit because it's just like, wow, really, this is the lawsuit. Okay, sure, huh? Former group members spoke to the magazine in 2018 and described feeling pressured to participate in activity at One Taste and falling into debt. One Taste classes ranged from hundreds to thousands of dollars per session. And now you're starting to get to why Netflix was interested in this. There was a lot of psychological manipulation, one former member told Bloomberg at the time. The Federal Bureau of Investigation launched a probe into One Taste shortly after Bloomberg reported the Bloomberg report was published.
Wait, and I'm doing this for free?
Yeah. Jesus, Ian. God. Oh. Per Los Angeles Magazine, the allegations involved sex trafficking, prostitution, and violations of labor laws. No charges were filed in connection with the FBI investigation, and a spokesperson for the group previously denied any wrongdoing. One Taste was founded in 2001 by American businesswoman Nicole Dadon. Per page 6, the plaintiffs claim in their lawsuit that the Netflix documentary shows intimate body parts and acts of sexual intercourse, as well as nudity and intimate touching, as part of instruction of OM's concepts and methods. The footage is of intimate personal information that they never expected to be revealed outside the context of their One Taste class. Netflix did not immediately respond to people's requests for comment.
You know what? I would really want to keep it hidden too if I'd paid like thousands of dollars
to participate in an intimate like coaching session that involved
on either end.
Fair. I mean, fair, completely fair. But if, for example, let's say hypothetically speaking, that a couple of these participants in this particular lawsuit happen to be the individuals that were alleged to be taking money from people or participating in a scheme that took money from people for unjust or improper reasons, couldn't you see why they would file a lawsuit, perhaps hiding behind the shield of they have my pictures?
I mean, I would not want to be anywhere near this. Like, legally speaking, this is like the middle of no man's land in World War I, and they're just starting to load up the chemical shells. Like, not only do you have fire coming from all sides, but also it's going to get real hard to breathe in a minute. So, like, I would not want any part of this.
Nope. Orgasm Incorporated's directed Sarah Gibson told Netflix's fan site Totem that the film uses footage that was legally obtained, with much of it already being public or distributed by One Taste themselves or on YouTube in past news reports. That's part of their response. They kind of, this was the footage that was used was already disclosed. No one is in there that wasn't knowing exactly what's going to happen. No one's rights have been violated by the footage we used. Gibson, who co-directed the documentary with Sloan Clevin, told Tudum, when there was more sensitive footage included, we used it sparingly and took immense care and responsibility to edit and crop as to not exploit or sensationalize it. It was important to convey the large numbers of people attending these activities and use of the footage to provide context about the culture of the organization. According to Rolling Stone, always known for accurate reporting, ergo Johnny Depp, Boylan filed for a temporary restraining order in Los Angeles County Superior Court on Wednesday to stop the documentary's release on November 5th. Another hearing is scheduled for Friday morning, the day before the premiere. That brings us to today. So, who is interested in what the response was?
Was the response eat shit?
Well, let's see. Here's the response.
I'm always a big fan of like really snarky responses to litigation.
I mean, this is up there. So the first complaint you saw was poorly drafted, right? This one is not poorly drafted. Now, I will tell you that the minute orders from the release on this one, the minute orders indicate that the temporary injunction was denied. This is being diverted to a different court in the Los Angeles Superior Court. It is not a court of the personal injury variety, but it's a court of common pleas, I think. And it's going down a different track, but the court denied the temporary injunction. Apparently no one appeared to the hearing on that temporary injunction. So this documentary, a docu-series, is going to proceed forward because I have not seen any orders come in, and I checked this as of, I think, 3:00 p.m. this afternoon. So this is the response in opposition. Let's see here. We've got case law citations, and we'll get straight to the meat of the argument. Defendants Sarah Gibson, Gibson Films, and Netflix, collectively, film defendants respectively submit their opposition to ex parte application for a temporary restraining order. Basically, ex parte is that we are asking for this relief without asking the other party to participate. Filed by plaintiff Does 1 through 15. Summary of the argument. The action seeks a procedurally improper and unconstitutional prior restraint of a documentary film on the eve of its release. Its target is the Netflix documentary Orgasm Incorporated, the story of One Taste, the documentary, which casts a critical lens on a wellness company called One Taste Incorporated. One Taste's practices have been widely criticized for exploiting its members, and its organization is currently the target of an ongoing FBI investigation. Ooh. While this action purports to be from a group of, quote, current or former associates, students, and or employees of One Taste Incorporated, the action is sponsored and supported by One Taste itself, as evidenced by a declaration attached to plaintiff's application from One Taste's own general counsel. Whoops. See what I was talking about there? Plaintiffs have been well aware of this documentary for months, yet they chose to wait until the very last minute to seek this emergency relief, and then compounded that delay by failing to timely serve their confidential attachments and noticing the hearing before the wrong department. That was what I said earlier, got diverted. As of this writing, none of the film defendants have ever been served with the complaint, which was filed a week ago. The application's transparent aim is to seek a classic prior restraint on distribution of the documentary, likely because plaintiffs, at least some of whom appear to be closely aligned with, and in some cases employed by One Taste, believe it will be critical of the organization. While plaintiffs claim that Netflix can bypass the requested temporary restraining order at any time, by blurring their images in the film, their counsel refused to identify his clients to film defendants until late Thursday, nor, according to the docket as of 7:08 p.m. on November 3rd, has he filed with the court the confidential information form required by California Civil Code 1708.85. Basically, what this says is you are not who you purport to be. You don't want this film coming out because it makes the company look bad. You are pretending to act on behalf of these people who are victims, who are alleging to be victims, and you are doing this in a very sloppy fashion, and you're trying to just prevent the documentary from coming out. That's what the allegations basically go on.
Because you don't want the public to know about the Wood's Daddy Stacks.
Sure. Wood Daddy Stacks doesn't take money from anybody to promote like the activities.
Wood Daddy Stacks is free for all.
Wood Daddy Stacks is just free. Yeah. As a threshold matter, this court can and should deny plaintiff's request because it was procedurally improper. Plaintiffs did not provide film defendants with all papers in support of their application, failed to e-file their papers by the deadline, and noticed they were hearing for the wrong department. In addition to failing to properly serve film defendants with their summons and complaint, plaintiff's request also fails on the merits for multiple reasons. Plaintiffs seek an impermissible and unconstitutional prior restraint on First Amendment rights. Basically, this is basically saying you don't get to just jump in and cut off my First Amendment rights before I exercise them. Prior restraint is one of the most critical things that you can do, presumptively invalid.
Sue me for damage.
Plaintiff's speculative and specious privacy claims do not come anywhere close to meeting that heavy burden. They invoke California Civil Code, but that law does not authorize a prior restraint. Rather, it states only that a court may issue injunctive relief to cease distribution of material. They could not make such a showing after release either because the documentary does not expose plaintiffs' intimate parts or show them engaging in sexual activity. The law that was cited here, the 1708, that is, I think, that is akin to the revenge corn statutes.
Revenge corn.
I didn't want to say the word out loud.
That's got to be a shirt now. Revenge corn.
Corn has its revenge. Children of the corn.
I have to make that.
You can make that shirt. Claims for common law invasion of privacy also do not justify a prior restraint, and plaintiffs' claim of harm are too speculative to justify a prior restraint. Plaintiffs have not and cannot show that their intimate body parts will be revealed by the documentary. They have been assured otherwise. They can't show irreparable harm. They've known about the documentary for months. They've threatened the film defense with an injunction for a week, but only sought the restraining order on the eve of the release of the documentary. Basically, they knew about this for too long. Third, even if plaintiffs requested relief or not an impermissible prior restraint, the application should still be denied because their claims are meritless. Plaintiffs fail to allege that under California Civil Code 1708.85 because they do not and cannot allege that the documentary includes intimate images of them in violation of the law. Basically, as this goes forward, this is essentially saying this lawsuit is people pretending to have pictures of themselves shown that they knew were being taken, that were not intimate, that they signed releases for to the company signing those releases over to Netflix and this docuseries, and then trying to block it after they learned that the docuseries is not going to be favorable to them because it takes money from people to teach them something that might or might not be bogus.
And that might or might not be available at like a bar around closing time.
Oh, Ian. Fair. It's late. You're here. That's completely allowed. Completely permissible. So yeah.
I'm just saying that thousands and thousands of dollars is really not the way to go on that.
Now, I will say I am going to be following. Like, I was not interested in this case at all. I had no idea what it was, and it came across my desk. And I was like, "What is this?" And I was like, "Oh, shade!" And they're throwing lots of it, like all over the place. I'm going, "There's a lot of story here that's not yet developed." And the docuseries being released tonight. I don't watch a lot of TV. I'm probably going to tune in and watch episode number 1 just to get context.
And you know what I'm not going to be able to do because I'm doing a 24-hour live stream?
Watch episode 1?
Exactly that.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to catch up.
I mean, like, yeah, why am I so uncomfortable right now? Because it's uncomfortable. What? It's uncomfortable. We talk about uncomfortable things. And I'm sorry, but the fact that these lawsuits get filed, they get filed a lot. And this is a weird one. This is really weird.
Yeah, I'm just like, this is impressive. Can you imagine like how they've got to have some excellent salespeople to be able to talk people into like, hey, this is going to be like, $5,000.
It's not excellent salespeople. This is part of the problem I have with this. People that are having problems with intimacy in their relationship are some of the most vulnerable people you will ever find. These are people that are trying to save their marriages, save their relationships. So they're willing to do just about everything to make that happen. And if you're promising them that you can teach them how to give their partner the satisfaction that they think they have not been able to provide, that is a remarkably vulnerable class of citizenry. Maybe that's why this appealed to me. I don't know. But these are people that are very, well, I said it before, vulnerable. And you're selling them something that can perhaps save their marriage. How many people would do just about anything to save their marriage?
That's fair. And apparently the secret is 15 minutes with a gloved hand.
Oh, apparently. And they can teach it to you for a couple $1,000s. Like, wow. So we'll see what the docuseries releases, and we'll see what the lawsuit alleges. Because if this is going to go the route that I think it is, which is someone scamming people trying to save their marriage, I'm going to have opinions, and I'm not going to like it.
And for the chat, because the chat has been, asking questions, if you don't have gloves, you could probably make do with cellophane.
Oh, cellophane. We don't do cellophane warnings on Friday Night Frenzy. There's a presumption that Friday Night Frenzy is quasi cellophane material. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Like ever, I would not do that to save my marriage. I know a lot of people that would. As a divorce attorney, I know a lot of people that would do that to save their marriage. And a lot of people who have done different things that are worse than that to save their marriage. Worse in the context of things that you would not imagine a person capable of doing, whether it's shaming themselves, whether it's shaming the people around them. People will do a lot to save their relationship when they see it going south.
And somebody's saying, Ian, why are you this way?
Ian is this way because Ian is this way. Ian is my friend, and this is how we act. I can talk to Ian about everything. I love having him around to talk about everything.
I mean, this is the most bizarre thing, and you kind of have to laugh about it. Even though it's also messed up. Like, you have to laugh about it because otherwise you just want to get on a plane and like get off the plane and be like, I need to know, do you guys sell baseball bats here or do I have to stop at a sporting goods store before so
the alternative to laughing is way too sad for us to comprehend. That is what a lot of this is that the laughing is a defense mechanism because we cannot comprehend the severity, or we can't emotionally express how we really feel about the severity of what's being discussed. So I completely understand the laughing, and you kind of have to with an allegation like this. Like, this is a company that took people at their most vulnerable, sold them a bill of goods. And now the question is whether that bill of goods was fair game or not.
Well, thank you for sharing this story with me.
And
now I should probably go and get some sleep and see if I can draw some revenge corn.
Can I do an announcement before you go?
Yes.
You're at 13,440.
Oh, Jesus. Wow. That's literally, since I came on, 10,000. Wow. You guys are amazing, chat. To
the Sparkle Fart / Law and Lumber chat. Congratulations, you guys are absolutely amazing. And I'm gonna leave that link pinned for the rest of the episode.
And for the people telling me to raise my goal, okay, I've raised it again. I'm gonna go get some sleep. But
go get some sleep, Ian.
All right. See some of you in a few hours.
See you, buddy.
Yeah.
Y'all are amazing. And thank you for letting me torture Ian with that shortly. Like, I just had to. Like, I knew that look we were going to get on his face. Like, what am I reading? What am I reading? I knew he was going to have that reaction. I needed him to. But yeah, y'all are absolutely amazing for doing that for Ian and that charity. Keep flooding it. I would love to see that thing just make tons and tons and tons. And you guys remember when Alita did her stream charity event and we made Rick cry? I think we can make Ian cry if we get the amount high enough. So we're going to keep doing that. So I love it. I hope he's getting some rest. Aussie Chris, Rob, what the hell? I don't know. Friday Night Frenzy. You tuned in. You saw it. I told you. You guys, people were commenting. People make comments. These have been not fun or not interesting, and they've been boring. Okay. You want me to find weird articles? We can do that too. All right. So let's do this. We're going to catch up on some of these super chats, and I'm going to get to the rest of the articles and the rest of the stories. The rest of them we're going to hit are going to be pretty quickly. Rosa, unrelated note, what food you get? Pupusas. They were delicious. They were fantastic. I ate 2 in the process of Ian speaking. And yes, if people are asking, that's fast to eat 2 pupusas. It was, but they were delicious. So let's see here. All right, we're going to catch up on some of these things. Barney Cap, no streaming YouTube at sea. Catch me up It was a week of free alcohol celebration cruise from my auntie. How's Runkle? Runkle's doing well. You just saw him, hopefully. Barney Cat, I hope you enjoyed that cruise. Fantastic vacation. Kristen Russell, I do a calendar of my border collie each year. If you'd like one, please send your P.O. box. My P.O. box is in the description of my YouTube channel. If you go to the About page, it should show you. I do love border collies, puppies, and all of the calendars because I lose track of time. For the kids, motion for a second, Wood Daddy Sex Stream during the week. Stacks and stacks more polls and wood. Oh, I read that one, I think. Okay. I'm trying. I really am. I'm trying to put out content. I have a new bandsaw. Let's see. I go to read super chats and you guys are talking to me about all kinds of stuff, wishing Runkle all of the best. I see people making comments about the charity. Y'all are absolutely beyond any semblance of amazing. I don't really have descriptors to say how just truly remarkable all of you guys are. And yeah. So let's do this. I'm going to convert this to a PDF so that I can upload it. So bear with me while I do the thing that I need to do to bring the thing on screen. There we go. File, and we save that, and we put it in this folder. I think I've started to learn that half of this is learning to talk to you guys in the chat and learning to talk to yourself when you're not looking directly at the chat. I think it's kind of fun, to be honest, because I talk to myself all the time anyways. I don't know if that's an ADHD thing or not. I think it probably is because we just have multiple things going on in our brain at the same time. There, that's the new princess in the shop. Isn't she pretty? New bandsaw. I have to mill up a couple of white oak boards for a set of Adirondack chairs. It's a commission that I've been working on for a while, and the old bandsaw just wasn't going to cut it. So, big boy had to get purchased, and we're gonna do some work tomorrow. So maybe I'll bring you guys down to the shop and we'll do some work together. No, I have not named it yet, Lindsay. I don't know if this one's going to get a name. La. Let's do this. I want to pull these up while we can stare at the bandsaw because the bandsaw is pretty and I like the bandsaw. Brentwood Chic, go Vols. Tennessee is known as the volunteer state. See War of 1812 for why we earned that name. War of 1812 does teach us the war of... I'm guessing Tennessee militia volunteered to fight in the War of 1812. I need to do some history. All right, I can do that a different day. Thank you, Brentwood Chic. Very much appreciated. Jojo6178, Spartanburg, South Carolina. Cheer wine. Saw that one earlier. Thank you very much. 9-inch nails gal. Oh, illness goes around in circles. I'm eldest of 5, and it wasn't uncommon for a cold to circle the house for a month. I guess Rick just doesn't like 9-inch nails. Might have to cut his super chats. Don't do that. Just make sure that he knows it's 9-inch nails. Just super chat him 9-inch nails. Thank you very much. Arrow Scorpion, cheers from Northwestern Washington. Thanks for being you, drinking red breast with a splash of peanut butter whiskey. I love Northwest Washington. It's a beautiful area. My family has had a house in the Puget Sound since the 1950s that we still go to all the time. It's one of my favorite places in the summer, one of the most beautiful places on God's green earth to see during the summer. If you have not seen the Puget Sound, please try to make a trip out to go see it. Hen House Bath Company, go Vols, go easy on us. We aren't used to Spotlight. I have been. Meg Perry, happy to join a Friday Night Frenzy. Finally using my standing Friday family night with my sister, brother-in-law, niece, and nephew, sipping cherry Dr. Pepper. Meg, thank you for being here, and thank you for spending that time with us. I very much appreciate it. HR Silver, 1974. Old fashions are a Wisconsin staple. The best. I love it. Love old fashioned. That Sarah Chick and another Sarah, all the Sarahs. All the Sarahs flooded the chat. Sarah Badley, because Sarahs are the best, and I'm living for all of us in here too. Welcome, Sarah. Lynn, Rob, if you haven't seen it, you need to watch the cartoon movie Over the Hedge. I have. You'll love Hammy the Squirrel. I do love Hammy the Squirrel. It's amazing. Hammy is amazing. And that movie is amazing because Hammy is me. I am Hammy. Hammy is Ian. Ian is Hammy. Hammy is Emily. Emily is Hammy. We are all Hammy the Squirrel. It just is. Excuse me. Feeling like I should have left my name, Sarah. You've got company here. Thank you. Bonnie Nomanson. Expecting snow and below zero temperatures next week in north central Montana. Too soon? Wow. Sub-zero? Oh, it's too early for that. Shop with Delicia. Two littles with the flu drinking water. Please keep drinking that water. Get healthy and hope those little kiddos can recover really quick. Kel Marie, thank you for the super chat. Just finished an iced matcha latte. It was a gorgeous 70-degree day here in New Hampshire in November. It was a beautiful week. Have to enjoy that while it lasts. I feel like we're going to get to the cold weather very soon. Patricia Christensen, thank you very much for the super sticker. It's very much appreciated. Sarah Lee, to all my Sarah girls in the chat. There's so many of you here tonight. I love how you guys interact. It's fantastic. Barbara Schaefer, thank you so much. Could have done Saturday night, got an extra hour. I would have died with an extra hour, Barbara. Thank you for being here. If the clock goes back and I see the clock is back, I'm in a lot of trouble. Brandy, thank you for the super sticker. Very much appreciated. Cat Yard, Georgia, all the way. Bulldogs, go Vols. Enjoy the game, you guys. I will be watching on with bated breath, seeing what ends up transpiring. Wendy W. Hi, Rob. Lots of stuff from Nicholas Cruz sentencing this week. I'm dying to hear your thoughts if it doesn't upset your unicorn. I saw the clip of the judge hugging, and I saw the attorneys. And honestly, I think that courtroom should have been more appropriately managed in the rules being laid out beforehand. I don't like clips being taken out of context. I did not like the judge hugging. Let me give you an example. So there is a judge that was formerly a chief judge in Fairfax County Circuit Court. I love this judge. I love being in front of this judge. And when judges retire, they often become mediators. And I did a mediation in front of this judge, and we chose the judge because she was very hard-nosed, very stern judge. I loved her because I had a client that was a little bit willful, and I needed a judge that would have power and strength in the negotiations to be able to try and persuade my client as to what the likelihood of success on the merits was if we did proceed to trial. So we go through a mediation. The mediation went for about 13 hours, not uncommon. And we signed the document. And at the end of the mediation, this judge looks up at me and she looks and says, I'm a hugger now. And I was so uncomfortable because she reaches in and gives me a hug. And I love the hug. I love the judge. It was just one of those, it was a display that you are so not used to because you're not supposed to be used to it. When they have that robe on, they are not the judge, the person. They are the bench. They are the law. They are not supposed to make anything personal. Now, I know this case was impossible to not go personal, but I don't like when the lines get blurred there, especially when it's with respect to one person or the other. Now, I also have had judges ask after the conclusion of the case, they've asked me and opposing counsel to approach the bench. Scares the hell out of you, by the way. But we approach the bench and we go up there and the judge says, I just want to say that I've seen you appear in front of my court for quite a while. I wanted to say I was very impressed with both of you. You're welcome here anytime. Remarkable display. Remarkably professional, done outside the presence of the client, done outside the presence of any cameras, and done in a fashion that relays a very important message that quite honestly means the world to a young attorney. But it's done without the guise of any improper motivation. Even if there wasn't a single ounce of improper motivation in that gesture, even if she was completely wholehearted and would have done the same thing to defense counsel, the depiction of a possibly motivated jurist is a problem for the judiciary system. And you can see that by evidence of how the news depicted it. the fact that you have people going and asking for commentary on whether it is or is not appropriate indicates at the very outset that perhaps it shouldn't have been done. Whether it was right or not, it was just, I didn't like seeing it, and it made me very uncomfortable to watch. So those are my 2 cents on that one. But thank you for the super chat. And I hope that, those are my 2 cents on that. Crass for others. Oh, that time of year to figure out health insurance for next year. Oh, don't remind me. I own my company. I have to do that too. Giving me a headache at all the rates. ER visits, deductible, co-insurance, out-of-pocket max, all increased for a couple thousand. Thanks for reminding me, Crass for others. I have to do that too. Manny, my cat is named Stetson after Georgia's quarterback. Go Dogs. Okay, you got it. Go Dogs. Sandra Ramirez, Go Dogs. We got another Go Dogs. We're going to have some Go Vols. I have imagined like sending back in a few minutes. But thank you, Sandra, very much for being here. Jen, thank you for that very generous super sticker. Very much appreciated. Viking Wolf by Blood. Hey, Rob, how was your week? Drinking mango tea and eating Panda Express. I'm going to say that that's Express and not Eco-Res Express. I hope that you had a wonderful week. My week is a lot better now, honestly, that I got to chat and have a little fun. Terry Zaleski, best swoop ever. Ooh, let's do the swoop again. We're doing super chats. We can swoop again, right? We can swoop again. We're gonna swoop again, not again. Swoop. Oh, that's too much fun. Now I know why Emily has the swoop. It's too much fun. You want to swoop all the time now. I'm scanning. And we're going to do a swoop for focus. Swoop for focus. Yay, focus. Okay. 9-inch Nails Gal. Because you attract like-minded people, you are just as loving and generous to us as we are to you and each other. Love you. Thank you, 9-inch Nails Gal. And thank you for being here. Honestly, I love watching the interaction y'all have. There is a Discord that has been set up, apparently. And I'm not a Discord person. I've never known what Discord is. But, and I don't have very much time, but I got to log into it and take a look at the exchanges and the communication going back and forth there. And holy crap, y'all talk. Y'all just talk. And it is so much fun and so funny to watch. I absolutely love it. So, keep doing you guys, and keep coming in and tuning in. This chat's going to be a fun and happy place for you, and I hope that you enjoy it. Karina Edlin, catching up on the replay crew, but always a fun time. Thank you, Karina, for being here and for the donation to the channel. Karina S, I can't even imagine this appendix. My last one was something like 1,200 pages max. This thing is going to be like 20,000 pages. I don't want to know. It's depressing thinking about it, to be honest. T-Mac, I used to work at Bridge City Legal in the OR making copies for lawsuits. It was actually hard. Yeah. The amount of paper at different sizes was massive. Fun though. It's fun for a little bit until like you're up against a deadline and you want to go nuts. And then you just like, you're going, why are these here? Like, why do I have to do the font changes? And why does everything have to be like this way? Can't you just accept my document the way it is, please? But yeah, Crazy Cat Queen, you mentioned the cost of appeal. Is that the case for criminal cases for those who can't afford counsel, like Brooks? Criminal cases, depending on the severity of the crime, they get an automatic and immediate appeal. With Brooks's crime being that it's life incarceration without parole, he is going to get the appeal, and the state will fund the appeal because he's indigent and does not have the funds to do so. So the state will fund the preparation of that appendix. And I believe, at least at the initial stages, I think that first appeal, they'll fund it. I'm not sure. I'm going to check with Natalie on that one, though, because she's probably got better info on that. Jules, off subject, but in the US, remember to turn your clocks back tomorrow night before you go to bed. Yep. Good advice. I think my phone does it automatically. I rely on that thing way too much. Samantha Simons, physician assistant, not doctor. We are cooler. I know a lot of PAs that are awesome and oftentimes know more about the stuff that they're doing than the doctors. That's not shade on doctors. That's just saying it's like a paralegal or a law clerk. If I have a good law clerk that does a lot of filing, they are going to know more about that process than I could ever hope to glean. That's their expertise. And I rely on them to know everything about that. Just like if I have a PA that is, and I'm a doctor, I'm going to bet that that PA is probably better at suturing than the doctor is because they probably had a lot more practice at it. And I have a friend to help me go through some of these super chats. And welcome to the stream, Kurt. How you doing, buddy?
Hello, how's it going?
It is going. How are you?
I'm great.
Good?
Yeah, good.
That's wonderful.
Life is good, my friend.
I'm
Living
very
the dream.
glad. What'd you do tonight? You played a game tonight, right?
Yeah, we did. We tried to play this game, Crypto Cartel by Andy the Game Maker, the brother of our very own Legal Bites.
Oh,
He
my.
is a game maker and has put together this game called Crypto Cartel,
And
which
how
you
did it
can
go?
buy at andythegamemaker.com. Discount code is uncivil for free shipping.
There we
It's
go.
a resource management game where you get different cards and you have to put together enough cards that are worth something and trade cards and so forth and so on. So it was a fun time.
Grift away, my friend. That would be, what was that again? What was the code?
AndyTheGameMaker.com, and the game is called
Crypto Cartel.
Crypto Cartel. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the discount code is
Uncivil.
uncivil. There you go. Okay. Well, welcome, Kurt, to the stream. We are going through some of these super chats, and then I will bring up the last conversation we had, ask for your opinion on it, and we'll move on to the next topic. Sound fair?
Okay.
Okay. Havoc's Angel, are you say that you, as an attorney, wouldn't run your public statement that involves your client by your client before making your statement public? No, I am not saying that. This is in reference to the Waldman statement. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is that if you are holding an attorney responsible for every statement they make about the merits of a case, without tying those statements to being instructed by the client, because Mr. Waldman, you have to remember, has both the First Amendment right to speak on his own behalf, and he has the responsibility of speaking and advocating on behalf of his client. And they are two different things. If I am speaking in my own mind on my own opinions, that is me talking. That should not be attributed to my client. That's the distinction that I'm making there. So, but thank you for that input. That's a good distinction. It's TJ Talk. Oh, that Ian Gimlet always getting into something. He was this evening. Bop it. Vicarious liability. I see it the same as I view authorized representative. The liability would depend on what the AR was contracted to do and whether they were acting in the scope of that contract. I was adding that one to your super chat. Thank you very much. Viking Wolf by Blood. Have family over tonight. Catch up on replay. Have a good night and a great weekend. You do the same, Viking Wolf by Blood. I have to say that out loud all the time. It's fantastic. I love it. Thank you. Karina S. Does Virginia have exceptions for a parent agency leading to vicarious liability that could take it outside of the employee independent contractor context? There's not a lot of case law on this when it comes to attorneys.
No,
yeah, go ahead, Kurt.
It looked like no from the relevant case law. No for a parent agency.
Yeah, attorneys are a very unique position, and Virginia has never really imposed vicarious liability for actions by the attorney.
No.
So I'm very curious to see what the Court of Appeals takes with this. And I'm actually very curious to see the responsive brief on this one. I want to see how this is argued on the other side.
Yeah. Well, I'll just give my very quick summary of Johnny Depp's brief. Issue number one is best issue. I think it's a total winner. Issue number two, underdeveloped. Issue number three is a loser.
Yep.
And the clear error on the failure to give the article, I think actually is a winner.
You think the whole article, you think that's the winner?
Well, I think it's a winner. I think issue one is still best issue.
I think the whole article one is a Pandora's box. Like, if you invite the introduction of the whole article, do you at some point in time get to opening the door on the rest of some of the UK stuff?
I don't think so. I mean, the thing for me, and what sold it for me, is defamation is always understood in its context. Statements that seem defamatory might not be in context, and statements that don't seem defamatory might be in context. Right? So it kind of goes both ways. So the statements are in the article. The interpretation of statements is necessarily influenced by the article because the person is reading the article. So I thought hearsay It's not hearsay. It goes to the effect of it goes to the effect of the listener.
Mhm.
The truth of
So-
the truth
so
of what's
it's-
in there is irrelevant. It goes to what a person reading it, how they understand the statements in their full context.
At the very least, you're taking the risk of getting the whole article in there because you think the whole article is giving more context that allows for the proper verdict, regardless of if you have the fight over evidence in a different setting.
Yeah.
Fair.
The article, the statements are in the article. The statements cannot be properly interpreted without the article. So the article is the central piece of evidence. Failure to provide it is, to my mind, clear error.
Yep, I can see that. Okay. It was I thought the brief was very well written. I've seen a bunch of those. I thought it was succinct, it was articulate, and there was just the right amount of snark, but also it was very direct and to the point.
Issue number 2 was too heavy on theory. It could have been better developed.
Yeah, I thought that my favorite part, I read through the whole thing privately, and on the live stream tonight, I focused on the beginning and the foundations of the law because you guys have covered it so thoroughly. I wanted to give my impressions on it, but not read through the whole 44 pages. I thought that the introduction, the summary of the issues it's like the perfect primer for a court of appeals to read that and go, okay, I know what the case is about. I know what I'm looking at. The fact that that was as well written as it was allowed me to basically say, I don't need to read a lot of the other stuff. I'm going to go and read it, but I know what the points are. Give me the citations. Let me research it. And then I'm going to reread what you wrote.
Yep. That works.
Viking Wolf by Blood. Some sparkle farts for the weekend. Sorry, the child and I just couldn't resist. Fantastic. I love it. Bees on Mars. One time for South Florida. Hey, Broward County. That's where I went to law school. Ryan 432. Can a judge contact the court and say, I've read the brief and the appellant is correct. I erred. Would it make a difference? No, she cannot do that. This is up to the Court of Appeals. They are relying on the record and the record alone. She is out of the equation. Sarah, thank you for the very generous super chat. Got a proper squad. Darth Sarah, Sarah Van Bunt, Sarah Krigg, Sarah Bernhardt, Sarah Lee, Sarah Joy, Sarah Babley, just Sarah, Sarah B, Sarah H, not Sarah, tis Sarah, this Sarah, that Sarah chick, and me. That is a Sarah squad in the chat. Wow. Way to go. That is awesome. That is so cool. Thank you. Sarah Babley. Hi, Sarah. H. Daddy Stacks becomes a thing. I am paying Shaggy. It wasn't me. Fantastic. Lynn P. Question. Is that Waldron accusing them of a crime? Nate, the lawyer, indicated that was defamation, but the litigation exception. I like that argument. When I read that passage again,
Yeah.
I thought in my head, how is that not subject to litigation exception? He immediately references what is or is not being proven in court.
Yeah. And also, issue not brought up in the appellate brief, which I would have dumped issue 3 for and tried for as an alternative, would be I didn't think there was enough daylight between the pleaded truth and the alleged defamatory statement for it to matter.
I thought it was opinion, honestly.
Yeah. Even if you perceive it as facts, there's just not enough difference in the facts for it to matter.
Yeah.
So I would have raised that issue rather than issue 3.
Yeah. I like that. That was pretty good. Yeah. That was Lynn P. Thank you very much. Pokey SD. She probably would have drove the truck over Elaine. I'm not going to speculate on that one, but maybe. Speaking for the evidence, Rob, your chat and I agree. Please eat your dinner on the stream. We do not care and wish for you to have a hot dinner. I did. I took a break and had it. Ian was here to read the Orgasm Inc. lawsuit, which Kurt is probably now just very confused. But yeah, Ian read that while I ate some food. Kiwi Princess playing 1.5 speed, just catching up. Had to drop stuff off at the hospital for my brother who had a heart attack 2 days ago. Oh my God, I hope he's okay and I hope he's doing well. Those are scary. So yeah, my prayers and thoughts. Just saw the swoop for the first time and it made my day after a rough week. I hope that you enjoyed it. Kurt, have you seen the swoop yet? Do I need to do the swoop for Kurt?
Swoop me, baby.
Here we go. Here's a swoop.
Yeah. Swoop me again.
Swoopy again?
Yeah.
I literally created a swoop based on a meme of a cat riding a unicorn, and I put a fart behind
Excellent.
it.
Can I use
I am-
can I use the channel to complain about one aspect of my life? I would like to complain at the Texas bar because they still have not
No.
cleared me on character and fitness review.
No.
I know. And then so it looks like I'm not going to get sworn in during the ceremony on November 14th, and I'm kind of irritated about it.
What the hell, Texas? Figure your stuff out. You know what?
I know.
Speaking of bars, this leads perfectly into the next story.
Uh-huh.
The California bar.
Aha.
Aha. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Tell me more.
So the California bar finally came out and acknowledged that they, quote unquote, let me see if I can pull the article up. Blah blah blah.
What they do now?
It wasn't just that. This one is. Remember Tom Girardi we talked about a couple weeks ago?
I do remember Tom Girardi. I remember him
You
being heavily
do?
influenced with the bar review committee and having some influence there. Yeah. I remember those issues. 150 complaints, they say.
150 before the state bar took action.
150 complaints sounds like a lot of complaints. I mean, it's a lot of complaints. I'm assuming. Yeah.
Oh my. Okay. Let's see here.
Yeah.
Tom Girardi faced more than 150 complaints before the state bar took action. In response to a lawsuit brought by the Times, the State Bar of California disclosed, so the Times had to sue the bar to get the complaints,
Lol.
that the agency received scores of complaints against legal legend Girardi alleging misappropriated settlement money, abandoned clients, and committed other serious ethical violations over the course of his
205 complaints. Holy
decade
shit,
career.
dude.
205 complaints and 155 arrived before the bar took action against his license in March of 2021. Reminder, 40 years of practice. And it took until March of 2021.
Wow.
At his stature as a trial attorney and political power broker grew. Political power broker being an operative word here. Officials closed numerous complaints against Girardi without doing any investigation and rejected dozens of others for, quote, insufficient evidence the records show. What is that insufficient evidence? I would love to know.
It goes after one of our protected allies. It goes after one of the special people.
The public is dying to actually know why and who said ignore this bar complaint. And I cannot imagine that this is going to go away. The LA mayoral race, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to read that one.
No. 155.
Here we go. Blah, blah, blah. There we go. Despite a drumbeat of concerns that began in 1982, the state bar took no public action against Girardi until after his Wilshire Boulevard firm collapsed 2 years ago. Whoops.
A little late in the day.
Whoops.
"13 cases where the agency did act. It took non-published measures such as warning letter. 13 private actions? I didn't even know that was possible.
I didn't either. Like, and for those of you in the chat who don't really know what's going on, you get one private action.
Yeah.
And,
you get
and
like
that
one.
That is your warning. The next one is coming for your bar license. That's how that works. Like,
Yeah.
you get a private reprimand, and the next one is we are going to rake you over the coals and take your license.
The next one is a public reprimand. It gets worse from there. Yeah.
Yep.
13 private warnings? I didn't even know that was possible. How do you get 13 warnings in private? How's that a thing?
I don't know.
Jesus Christ.
Girardi was suspended from the practice of law in March of 2021 and finally disbarred by the state Supreme Court in July. Now 83, he has been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease and is in court-ordered conservatorship. In a letter accompanying the record release, the chair of the bar's governing board, Ruben Duran, acknowledged serious failures by the agency and wrote, "There is no excuse for being offered here. Girardi caused irreparable harm to hundreds of his clients, and the state bar could have done more to protect the public. We can never allow something like this to happen again." You fucking think?
I have absolutely. Can I have less than no confidence
Can I just,
It's just negative confidence of a different thing. I have no
just want to
confidence.
highlight like which PR person told him to write this sentence, the one I just
You could have
highlighted.
done more to protect the public. Well, sounds to me like you had about at least 13 opportunities there.
Oh, it sounds to me like you had
13
205.
private, 13 completely private. Yeah,
Yep.
wow. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. I want to know how many other people
155.
out there. I want to know how many people out there have like more than one. How
More
many
than
people out
5.
there have more than 5 private complaints?
Private, and not just that, but complaints were no. I don't mean complaints, because here's the thing: people are bringing up
No,
Nick.
private reprimands.
Yes.
Private reprimands.
People, and the thing is, people filed complaints against Nick's license, which was completely inappropriate.
Yeah.
It was bullshit. It was bullshit.
Yeah.
And I think that was over 30 complaints, but none of those resulted in
No,
even
they're all
a
shit
file,
because they
even a
didn't
file
relate
being
to his
opened.
practice of law.
Exactly. A file was not even opened with any of those complaints.
Right.
These were 155 complaints. And at least enough files were opened that 13 private censures, 13 private reprimands were issued. That, if I'm doing the math on that, I'm guessing about 50 of them were valid and opened files that resulted in documents being requested and exchanged.
Wonder if I could get the private reprimands now.
This is ridiculous. Complaints to the state bar are confidential under law, but the Times petitioned the state Supreme Court for access to agency records about Girardi under an exception that allows disclosure of information if doing so is, quote, warranted for protection of the public. I would say this satisfies that freaking thing.
Yeah.
Reporting by the Times has shown how politically powerful Girardi cultivated state bar officials, including executives, investigators, prosecutors, and judges, with free legal representation, boozy lunches, private plane jets, and rides, and invitations to glitzy parties.
I'll do it.
If you are feeling just like icky right now, fair, like you should be. If this is uncomfortable for you to read, it should be. Yeah. The records released by the state bar describe the date of each of the 200.
It's actually slightly worse than that, because you know why it's slightly worse than that, right?
Huh.
Because what was he bribing them with? Think about it.
Client money.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was taking his client money, giving them to people to say, shut up.
Yeah. Great.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, the records released by the state bar describe the date of each of the 205 complaints. Hang on, let me highlight this one out real quick. Blah, blah, blah. B. Gray backpacker. Ian, money to kids make Ian cry better than Rob money. He does not need it. All love to Rob. Yes, I actually said that out loud previously. I'm going to say it again and remind you. I have put the link at the top of the chat. Go and hit that. Do not send me a super chat. Go hit that link and go send it to Ian's charity. We have him right now. His initial goal is 5,000, and we've got him at 14,210.
Has he already started doing that 24-hour gaming
No,
thing?
that is before he starts his 24-hour thing.
When's that starting?
Midnight.
Okay,
2 a.m.
cool.
2 a.m. my time, 1 a.m. your time.
All right. Well, I'll be on to harass him, and you should too.
I will too.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go on to this terrible and atrocious thing. The alleged violations range from misrepresentations to the court to failure to provide clients with accounting to commission of unspecified crimes. Of the total complaints, some 155 arrived before the bar took action against Girardi's law license in March 2021. After the headline-grabbing development, an additional 50 complaints flowed into the agency. Although Girardi became a lawyer in 1965, the earliest available complaints dated to 1982, just 20 years after he became a lawyer. A bar spokesperson said the agency has no available records to determine whether or not there were complaints that predated this.
So apparently the Bar Association, this is news to me. I didn't realize that the Bar Association has only existed since 1982. Wow. That's amazing information.
Yeah. I'm going to do this. I'm giving you guys, I'm turning off super chats because I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to turn off super chats so that you guys don't have the option of giving this channel any money. You have to go and give it to that link for Runkle. And by doing so, I can guarantee you, I feel a tremendous amount of pride for this chat, for doing everything that you are doing. Buttons. Oh, I always hate this part. How to find it. There's a way to do it. There we go. Okay, off.
Excellent.
It's like you have to click. No matter how many times you do this, you have to remember how to find the stupid buttons to turn it off. Okay. All right. Super chats are off. If you want to send a super chat, drop me a message. Say donate to Runkle. I love it. It's fantastic. I will try to pull different non-super chatted highlighted comments along the way. I will do my very best, I promise. But please go donate to Runkle if you don't mind. It's fantastic. Girardi stole at least $14 million from clients in the last decades of his practice, according to the bankruptcy trustee, and nearly 60% of the complaints filed concerned his handling of money in bank accounts meant to safeguard client funds, according to a state bar tally. The allegations about missing funds date to the early 1980s and are consistent with allegations that Girardi had a long-running practice of using settlement funds for his own purposes. An Illinois federal judge this week wrote in a ruling that Girardi was running a Ponzi scheme with client money. Cool. Wow.
Yeah.
One complaint disclosed concerned Christian Keith, a teenager who suffered catastrophic brain injuries in a car accident on Pacific Coast Highway in 1985. As a reminder of how scummy this behavior is and why I had the visceral reaction I did to Erica Girardi saying alleged victims.
Yeah, no, they're just all basically all various degrees of horrible. It's one horror after another. It's a dark place when you start looking into the details.
Yep. Representing Keith, Girardi won a settlement of more than $2 million. Records reviewed by the Times show the lawyer promised the young man's family he would use settlement money to purchase an annuity, but never did, resulting in a huge tax bill because you do get billed on and lingering questions about whether the funds had gone, where the funds had gone. Quote, Mr. Girardi took possession of $2.015 million and used it as he saw fit, paying himself $500,000 without court approval. The family's new attorney wrote the state bar investigator in 1995. That is 1995, ladies, gentlemen, and people.
Well, I mean, that by itself is, I mean, potentially okay. I mean, quarter and settlement is not like unheard of, but where the rest of the money went is more concerning.
It's where the rest of it went.
Yeah.
Keith's mother, Sharon, said in an interview Thursday that the family never would have hired Girardi had they known about the conduct reported to the state bar. Go figure. She said that given his handling of the money in her son's case, he deserved to be publicly sanctioned, not punished behind closed doors. Fair. Right? Like, don't like slap him on the wrist. That's over what, $1.5 million that just disappeared?
That's a lot. That's a lot. I know attorneys who would panic over, much less than that. How much of your IOLTA money would have to go missing before you get concerned, Rob?
1 penny. Half a penny. Like a percentage of a decimal point.
Oh, there's $100 missing. Oh, that's not that big a deal, dude.
It's just no. All the no. Okay. This is like this entire article. Everything about this case just gets worse. So I have not watched a single episode of Housewives of Beverly Hills, and I don't really intend to anymore. But if people send me clips of Erica Girardi, I'm going to fucking lose it. I cannot imagine people being this, like, this is disgusting.
I think it can only come from this really like narcissistic place of like this aristocracy. Like, we are better than them. They are peasants to us. That's the only way that this is justified in their own minds. These people are so far beneath us. They are the peasants. that, you know, we're lifting it up a lax luxury as they are, you know, begging for coin outside, even though it's their coin we're living the lap of luxury on. But we deserve it because we're better than them.
Can the victims sue the bar? I don't think so. I don't
Probably
see
not.
any. I don't see any recourse.
No, it's a governmental agency, right? So probably not.
Yeah, and I think they're pretty immune. All right. Kelly Sager, an attorney for the Times, said the newspaper would press for additional information from the state bar because the records released, quote, noticeably fail to include any specifics, including the identities of the individual at the state bar who were responsible for handling them or details about the complaints themselves. Surprise, surprise. Like, that is all of the information that I want out of this case. Who was the one that rubber stamped the do not look at this? Who were the attorneys on that adjudicatory panel that said, a private letter, not a public reprimand, is probably sufficient to stop this behavior?
Like,
who are the people that saw that?
Who said that like the 10th time around? Like,
You know
I
what's
see.
scary?
I see there are 9 private reprimands in the file because they could see
Yep.
that.
And you
But
know what's
I
scary
think
about this
I think
one?
that 10th one will really be warranted.
You know why? You know why this is so scary? People that
Yeah.
are on those panels of judges and people who are on those panels of attorneys who do the oversight in this regard, they don't end their careers there. They oftentimes are in the selection pool for people that get appointed to judgeships, whether
Sure.
it's local, state, or federal.
Sure.
I would not be surprised if a couple of names on that list are sitting judges.
Judges you appear before. Dun dun dun.
I'm not barred in California. I can throw all the shade I want. This is remark. If this happened in Virginia, I would be calling for heads.
I mean, you look. Let's just be honest, okay? The idea that this happened in Virginia is not exactly that hard to believe. I mean, as much aristocracy and erudite and all the rest of it. I mean, Virginia is as old school
On
as you
this
want to be,
scale,
man.
on this scale,
If you told me this
like-
came out of Virginia or like South Carolina, I mean, Murdoch came out of South Carolina, right? Like this old money, aristocratic, deep South plantation
oh,
sort of thing. If you told me this happened in Virginia, I'd believe you.
dude, but
You don't think
thing
there's
is-
some skeletons in the Virginia bars closet somewhere?
Oh, I believe there are actually. About 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago, we started ringing up prosecutors on charges for withholding Brady information.
Mm.
The bar
It's
went through
okay.
kind of a
Brady was only
cleaning-
decided last year. Oh no, I misspoke. It's been law for like 50 years.
Yeah, exactly. And it actually the bar and the prosecutor's office and the state attorney general started really cracking down on that and did kind of a deep dive and started charging different prosecutors across the state. And I saw that coming out and I was very happy. Happy is the wrong word.
Well, happy works for me. I'm good with happy.
I think maybe happy. It was one of those things where it was like, thank you. Like, thank you. We know this happens. Thank you for doing the job that we wanted you to do and expected you to do. With Girardi, the thing is 40 years, 150, like the numbers are so astronomically large.
Yeah. The only thing that would be different about it in Virginia is that the guy would be wearing some seersucker, and that's about the only difference that would be had.
Just, I'm so just blown away by this. The information, so quote, the information must be disclosed for the public to evaluate its performance and the steps needed to ensure that the kind of serious failure does not happen again, Sager said in a statement. 100% agree. I am sorry. This is one of those things where daylight needs to just shine. And if judges passed off on this, we get to ask those questions. Like, I'm sorry. It's uncomfortable. I don't care. I really don't. I want all the questions and I want them answered.
I feel like I'm about to read the Pelican Brief or some shit right about now.
This is one of those things where I can deal with a lot of stuff. What I can't deal with is, you're right, Kurt, the good old boy mentality of just sweeping stuff under the rug. I don't like it. One of the biggest issues I've ever had in cases is when a judge will look at me and I will have made an argument that was purely within the black letter law, meaning there is a right answer and a wrong answer. And I argued the right answer. And the judge looks at me and says, I'm sorry, but that's not how we do things here, Mr. Morton. And I'm like, excuse me? Since when is how you do things? Since when does that supersede the text of the statute that I am telling you? Like, that's not how that works.
Yeah. And then I wonder how these guys get appointed and not me.
Oh, don't get me started on the federal bench.
I'm available. Just saying. Write Biden, write your congressman. I'm available for the federal bench.
People in the chat saying I don't need a new unicorn. I have unicorns. I'm good. I'm fine. I have comfort creatures.
Yeah.
We're happy.
I'm also available for the Supreme Court. Given recent argument that's occurred at the Supreme Court, I think maybe I've underestimated my qualifications.
Yeah. Duran, in his letter, said the state bar had disclosed, quote, as much information, ... as we believe is allowed under the law. Yeah. I'm going to give that one a believability factor of about 2 out of 100. The state bar's protracted failure to rein in Girardi allowed him to expand his national reputation as a courtroom champion for the little guy, sign up thousands of new clients each year, and become a force in politics and eventually pop culture. A major Democratic Party donor, he socialized with politicians and judges and was regarded as a gatekeeper for would-be judges across Southern California. Ding, 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 ding. One of his greatest courtroom victories became the inspiration of the Oscar-winning film Erin Brockovich, and he married an aspiring actress, Erica Jane, appearing alongside her on the reality series Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. This paragraph right there, give me all the freaking daylight I can have. If you don't mind, thank you very much. Much appreciated, because all of those things, yes. Oh. The cozy relationships have drawn concern over whether his influence allowed him to elude discipline for cheating clients and colleagues. Earlier this year, the state bar revealed that it was conducting an investigation by an outside law firm into whether former employees helped Girardi evade discipline. That inquiry is ongoing. Girardi's downfall came after Chicago law firm Edelson PC, working with him to represent airline crash victims. Airline crash victims. And
I told you it's all different degrees of horrible. Do you want the airplane crash victims, or do you want the people who got poisoned through the water supply, or do you want the people permanently disabled and maimed? I mean, what flavor of evil do you like today?
Edelson PC alerted a federal judge there to millions in missing settlement money. Jay Edelson, the firm's founder, called the state bar's revelations, quote, stunning. What we know now for the first time, is that the bar was receiving a constant drumbeat of complaints that Tom and his firm were stealing money for nearly 40 years, Edelson said. The bar spent that time not protecting the public as it was established to do, but shielding the Girardi Keys firm. Dude,
there's an audit that's available? Think the audit's any good? Do you think it provides any information? There's a lot of bluster that goes up for 500 pages.
I just double clicked it. LA Times has it behind a freaking paywall.
That's wrong.
Rude. No, I can get it in hang on. Audit. The audit is basically just is where this information comes from.
Mm-hmm.
This is kind of reporting on audit and post-audit revelations. Reading, not seeing a lot. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, going on. The audit found widespread problems with the agency's policing of attorneys, not merely with one prominent trial attorney. Released in April, the audit faulted the state bar for ineffective investigations and reliance on confidential warning letters and other non-public disclosure or discipline, and a poor track record of preventing conflicts of interest between its staff and the lawyers it's supposed to regulate.
That's a bit of a problem.
Yeah. That audit and the outrage of the Girardi scandal has led to changes in how the state bar oversees client trust accounts, the bank accounts where lawyers hold
I'm
their client
sure
money.
the new
Where
changes
the
are best.
fuck? Like,
I'm sure new changes are best changes, and this will never happen again. I have every confidence that California has successfully identified the problem, and this will in no way repeat.
this is not a new problem, people. This is not a new thing. Client trust accounts and the regulation of client trust accounts has existed for a long fucking time.
Eh,
This is not a new thing. The
eh,
theory that people could dip into the client trust account and profit for themselves or give that money to other people is not a new concept.
uh-huh.
That they are now implementing new changes. What changes? What changes?
They're going to pretend to look in a different way. We've had it wrong all this time, Rob. We could just take from the IOTA accounts and do whatever the hell we want with it. No one cares, apparently.
No, I just all the things. You know, my bank, when we first set up the client trust account,
Mm-hmm.
we talked to the bank. We told them this is an IOTA. Every bit of interest that comes out of this account, you must send to the state bar for the client injury fund. You have to. You are not allowed to keep any of that in the account. Well, the first month they did it, they sent the interest to our operating account. And I was like, no, you can't do that. So then they debited the trust account and sent, I think it was like 76 cents. They sent 76 cents from the client trust account before they reversed the transfer from the operating account back into the trust account. So for a solid 12 hours, 76 cents was missing from my trust account. The amount of paperwork that I had to do to explain what was quite honestly not an error on my part at all, but was quite literally the bank's 100% error, internal documentation error for a dollar figure of 76 cents. This is not a new problem. These mechanisms are in place.
They took notice of the 76 cents.
It wasn't the 76 cents. What it was me getting my ass ahead of the 76 cents. It was the second that money came out of the trust, I'm going, fuck.
Yeah.
Because attorneys have been disbarred for like any number of things. And the one rule that is the golden rule of all rules that ever exist.
Don't F with the client's money.
Trust. Don't touch the trust account. Just don't do it.
Yeah. It's usually the fast ticket to disbarment.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
and so Elfligan's asking, you got a bar letter, didn't you? No, we had the bank send a letter proactively because we saw it happen, and we were like, we're gonna get a bar letter. You send that fucking letter to the bar before they send it to us. And you say that was your fault.
I know of another lawyer in the legal explanation on the YouTube's game where they did get the letter because of something similar and went into a total and absolute panic because, like, you know, that's like, you don't want to get that letter.
Pennies. There is nothing scarier in the world as an attorney than seeing a letter addressed to your law firm from the state bar. And, you know, they send letters every now and then, like saying, here, we're implementing a new program of surveying judges. But every time that envelope comes, there's this momentary, it's like when the cops' lights light up behind you, like when you're driving the interstate and you see the lights flash, and I don't care who you are, your butthole becomes a little bit tighter and you're going, oh my God, like just for a split second, what did I do? And then the cop blows past you and pulls someone else over.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right. Anyways, the bar also hired new chief trial counsel and former federal prosecutor George Cardona. He was the first top prosecutor of the agency in a decade to be confirmed by the state Senate.
All the other state Senate picks seem to have done great, so I'm sure he'll be fine.
Yeah. Oh, so this is the program. In a program that takes effect next year, the Lawyers will be required for the first time to report basic information about all their trust accounts on an annual basis. Lawyers will also have to distribute client money within specific time frames, provided there's no dispute over the funds. Dude, freaking, oh, so many thoughts. Cool, right? Like, what the fuck? What? Like, what? How? 155?
How's a good question? How's a good question?
155? 13 private reprimands?
13
What are you
private
doing?
reprimands. That's got to be some kind of record. That's got to be some kind of record. 13 private reprimands.
All right, the
I
last
didn't know
story,
that was possible.
last story of the evening, because I have to hit it, because I cannot not hit it. And the chat's reminding me, I bit off more like a chew tonight. I did. I know I did. I'm sorry, chat. Wall Street Journal, WSJ, Cornhole Scandal. So we've had some scandals recently. Kurt, would you like to tell the chat about the chess scandal? Because I know that you know that one, and I know it's funny.
Oh yeah, where do you want to start? Do you want to start at the beginning?
Is there like a 2-minute recap you can give while I pull this up?
I'll try to give the short version. Okay, Magnus Carlsen was playing Hans Niemann at a chess tournament in Missouri. Hans Niemann is ranked 40th in the world. Magnus Carlsen is ranked number 1 in the world. Magnus Carlsen was playing white, which is about a half point of advantage. So basically, Magnus should have won that game. For the first time in something like 5 years or 6 years playing white pieces, Magnus lost. And lost to a player who was sufficiently inferior. Since then, there has been a developing whirlwind of scandal around this guy, Hans Niemann, including from a major document that was released by chess.com, which is the major online purveyor of chess, accusing Hans Niemann of cheating in something like 100 games in online play between the ages of something like 13 and 17. He's currently 19, I believe, if memory serves correctly. Anyways, and so he has sued Magnus Carlsen, Magnus Carlsen's chess website, Play Magnus, and he's also sued chess commentator Hakura Nakamura, who is also an extremely good chess player in his own right, and also has a very, very successful Twitch and YouTube channel. Recommended, fun to watch, and yeah, that's what's going on. Last I saw, all the parties have waived service, so I guess waiver of service has been done, and that's where we're at. It's been federally filed in Missouri on defamation and other stuff.
I love it. Thank you for the recap. So that chess scandal was one of the first scandals that we reported on, or that was being reported on in late September, early October, correct?
Yeah, about that time frame. Yep.
So October apparently was just the month of crazy, because we had the chess scandal and then we had the Bass scandal, where two individuals who had previously won
too.
Bass
And
tournaments,
they're being prosecuted too now.
and they're being prosecuted because they were loading their fish with weights.
Yeah, a lot of weights too. They weren't even subtle about it. It was a lot of weight. I forget what the exact numbers were. But I remember reading and hearing about these.
Double the record from the previous.
Yeah, it was
year.
like 11 pounds over record for that lake. It was a lot.
Yeah,
and they found these huge weights in there, and yeah, and now they're being charged. What was it, Ohio?
I don't know if it was Ohio.
Yeah, but they're being charged for all kinds of fraud, felonies, rigging games, all kinds of shit.
Yep.
Incidentally, there's a specific statute in Texas specifically in cheating and fishing tournaments, which I find hilarious.
That's not hilarious. That's awesome, actually. And you have to think that there was a case like this that caused it to come into fruition.
Yeah.
So that was the Bass scandal. So you've got chess, Bass. Then there was the poker controversy over whether someone cheated or not on a big high stakes hero bet or a hero call. That is still being disputed / argued, etc. We've covered that one as well. So you've got chess, bass fishing, poker. I'm missing one. What am I missing? Chess,
Another scandal,
bass
cheating
fishing,
scandal,
poker. All right, I'm going to think of it. Anyways, the newest scandal that we now have is in the sport of professional cornhole.
I have to admit I've missed this one, so I'm looking forward to learning more.
Professional cornhole has a cheating scandal called Baggate.
Wow.
And I'm waiting for the puns on this one, chat. Like this one is full of it, so I'm just
My sack is too heavy.
There's no way that we are going to avoid the puns. I'm sorry. It's just sorry. This one. The golf Patrick Reed, golf was about a year and a half ago, but he filed that defamation suit that he then dismissed. But yes, you're right. You're right. Yes. So cheating scandals abound. And now we have cornhole. Oh gosh, here we go. So the appropriate amount of snark. Here we go.
So we're just doing Deflategate, but in cornhole, basically.
In cornhole, correct.
Okay,
perhaps the greatest controversy in the history of the sport of cornhole unfolded in August at the 2022.
Cornhole is 5 seconds old. Every controversy is the greatest controversy.
Oh, it gets so much better. At the 2022 American Cornhole League World Championships in Rock Hill, South Carolina.
Okay.
Was the #1 ranked doubles team using illegal beanbags? This is the Wall Street Journal. This is now, granted, there was $15,000 on the line here.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just amazing. Quote, I thought the bags were too thin, recalls Devin. This is just, you can't read this article without like
when you're feeling the bags in your hand and they feel too thin, you know that you aren't feeling the right person's bags.
So much innuendo. Like just this entire
Rob's bag company is here for you.
Wall Street Journal just said we're just gonna lean into this hard, and they just did.
Yeah, that's good.
At stake was 15,000 prize in a game where players tossed bags of resin beads into a small hole in a slanted board placed 27 feet apart. With the Cornhole World watching, what the fuck is the Cornhole World watching live on ESPN? ESPN, guys, I hate to say this, but for those of you who remember Dodgeball, ESPN 8 the Ocho, that is a real thing right now. Like it just is.
Yep.
Like, there is cornhole. There is Quidditch played on ESPN. There is everything. Like what? With the Cornhole World watching live on ESPN, officials inspected the bags with solemnity required for such a grave complaint. Appropriate amount of sarcasm introduced. Thank you, Wall Street Journal. They huddled near sponsors' banners for Johnsonville sausage product and Bush's baked beans.
Johnsonville is definitely the people you want when it comes to your bag sizes.
I mean, like Wall Street Journal, man. You guys, how much fun did you have writing this? I just want to know. If one of you who wrote this, if there's anyone out there that wants to contact me, I need to talk to you because this is you would have been a great appellate advocate, like being able to throw this level of snark in here.
Yeah.
It was true. The bags weren't regulation size. They're too small. Color commentator Mark Pryor exclaimed to viewers, that's going to create some drama. Can't have the bags too small. Drama ensues, apparently. Drama, that's only half of it. Half a bag. What's the problem with half a bag?
Wait a second. Well, what's up this? Why do they have tongs in their hands?
I didn't realize that he has tongs. They all have tongs. What the hell is that? Why do they have tongs?
Why do they have barbecue tongs? Why do all of them have barbecue tongs in their hand? With the tags still attached, nonetheless. The price tags are still attached. What the hell's going on?
No, you know why? Because they bought them there. Because it's Johnsonville's and Bush's, and there's the sponsors. So they bought them there on site because they bought sponsored tongs. Oh, there are so many things. So many things. So many things. Y'all, in lieu of the super chats that you're sending, because I know that you have the urge to right now, I hope you're donating like hell to Runkle's stream right now because this is hilarious.
Is anyone double fisting tongs?
I don't know. I don't see it, but I see a lot of tongs up. And I do see that I'm seeing that we binged. Wait, hang on. Someone's saying 16,000? Someone's saying 16,000? Is that true? Did we get Runkle to 16K? I want to see this man. I want to see him cry.
I see 15 on my end, but okay.
I will wake up to see him cry at 2 a.m. I've got 15,045. We hit 15,000, guys. If you can get to 16,000 before this man wakes up to do his live stream, and I'm not, you know what?
If he meets his goal before he starts, does he still have to do it?
He had to change his goal from 5,000 to 10,000, then from 10,000 to 20.
And if we do something like just absurd and give him like just so much money that like
I'm gonna do damage to it. Like I did it when you did the stream. I love this stuff. This is fantastic. I love encouraging.
No, yeah, and I did appreciate everyone who donated to my charity for that stream, who donated to cancer research. That was really, really appreciated.
Yeah,
same cancer research. That was really, really cool of you guys.
Like y'all are freaking amazing. I love it. But let's go back to this specimen of athleticism who's wearing his AirPods and his sponsored jersey with Bush's baked beans up front, ACL Pro logo, and then the gentleman that's holding the tongs in the air next to this child who looks so happy wearing a hat that I have no idea what that hat is supposed to resemble. So many tongs. Okay. Moving on. They use messers.
That's cute. That's cute. Wow. That's cute. Nice.
They use messers. They could have said Lopez and Richards and been fine.
Yeah.
The messers,
that's
that's shade. That is shade. That is funny. That is funny.
That's nice.
Messrs. Lopez and Richards asked officials to check their opponents' bags too. You don't want officials checking your bags. Generally speaking, if you're in the middle of a game, you don't want officials checking your bags to see if they're too light.
Officials that checks my bags usually have MD after their name.
Generally speaking, and when they say cough when they're checking your bags, it's a warning sign. Turns out they weren't compliant either. This now infamous incident is known to fans as Baggate. So many things you could have called it. And it has sparked a frenzy. See what I did there? In the game that started in the backyard, enjoying between swigs of beer. So many bags. Frenzy of bags. It's a frenzy of bags. New regulations are brewing, and there is talk of a crackdown to root out iffy bags. My gosh. Where has this world come to? The evolving sport is proving it's never just fun and games when money is on the line. Money's talks in the mix. Now, this is the part that I will agree with. We have had 4 scandals in the past month that are in sports that you would never really expect scandals to be a big story in. Is that the right way to say it? 4 scandals: chess, bass fishing, poker, and now cornhole. All of them have a lot more money involved than you would first think. So, new regulations are brewing, and there's a talk of crackdown, blah, 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 to iffy bags. The evolving sport is proving it's never just fun and games when money is tossed in the mix. I think it's funny that anyone believed it would be all friendships and rose petals forever in cornhole, wrote one commentator on the Addicted to Cornhole Facebook page, which has 85,000 members. Now the dirty underbelly is being exposed. I see what you did there. That's not funny.
Drama
His
everywhere.
underbelly is not exposed.
Drama everywhere. I'm thinking whether or not LawTuber should start getting shirts like this with sponsors' names on them and chains and shit.
Like LexisNexis, like Lexus.
Yeah.
Lexus and Westlaw.
Yeah.
Oh my word.
Bloomberg. Law 360. Yeah.
Side note, that would be super funny. If anyone is ever watching this stream, Law 360, Bloomberg, Lexus, Westlaw, if you want to throw a sponsor's emblem on a hat or anything else, I will wear it for the fun. Like, I will wear it for the lols. I really will. Like, total legit. LegalZoom, Legal Zoom, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can advocate for that. Like, I don't like their content, but like actual like new
Fast case.
no problem. Just yeah, fantastic. That's Kurt. That's fucking funny. That's really funny. Cornhole is growing quickly with big name sponsors and serious athletes. For those of you who don't know what cornhole is, I have let's see if I've got some of the all right. American Cornhole League. I'm going to give you the attribution of this so that well, I'm going to hope that you don't come after this. I'm giving commentary on a very important issue. Very important issue. Don't at me, bro. Like, leave me alone. Let me give commentary on this so that the people can understand what cornhole is, because it's important, because there's a lot of people that don't know what it is that we're talking about. This is professional cornhole.
You heard it. He's trying to figure out what's the best way to go in without taking that bag.
Why are they all, they're all wearing AirPods? They're all wearing AirPods. Every single one of them. Hang on, did I not show the audio on this? I
He did not just do that.
17 years old.
Stop sharing. Wow. Now I got to share the audio. Present, share screen, Microsoft tab, the best of Eric Davis. Let's share the audio on this one, and then we will unmute this particular tab. Make sure the audio is playing.
I don't know if I love this shot with such a big lead.
I don't know why the audio's not playing. Either way.
It doesn't matter. That, Jeff, I can't even put into words how difficult
this is professional cornhole.
So stupid.
Eric Davis just hit.
It's professional cornhole.
Another four-bagger.
I play this with, you know, what's funny about this though is like when we're at tailgates, like there are theories like I have to have a beer in my hand when I play this because it counterbalances the weight while I'm throwing this bag with my other side. This is professional cornhole.
Sit on that right side, and no one's supposed to be able to slit the next one in the hole to score points. That's not supposed to happen.
Highlight reel.
Anyway. This is another mind.
Highlight reel. ESPN. Highlight reel.
Is when he knows.
Oh, Eric Davis pushes the whole pile in.
That was just unbelievable.
Like this dude has an energy drink in his hand.
Earned it.
That's got to be. Oh no, he's very disappointed. He hit the incredible. His name is on the jersey.
You earned it. Oh, it left it short.
Oh yeah, we definitely need to get ourselves some jerseys, man. We for sure need to get ourselves some Law 2 jerseys. I don't know who we need to contact, but we need to get some Law 2 jerseys.
I am not, and here's 100%. The thing: I am not throwing shade. If you have the opportunity to do this, because here's the thing: one of these guys, professional cornhole board players,
I don't know,
$250,000 a year.
That is just...
No, if you get paid that amount
here, then that's over.
What is this? This is like rolling out of like your dorm room and throwing on sweatpants and going to your 8 a.m. class. Like, what is happening? People are watching this. I'm so confused. I don't get it.
Thinking it.
Oh, he goes way up top and hits the airmail.
Outside the line, I guess that's allowed. I don't.
Oh my gosh,
that was.
I play ACL.com/DraftKings.
I mean,
above the
DraftKings.
Is there a fantasy cornhole? Is that a thing?
What was that?
That was at least as high as the trust.
What did he just do?
Is there a fantasy cornhole? Rob, when are we doing our fantasy cornhole draft?
Jeff,
I don't know. We need one.
He threw that thing.
I need one now.
I mean,
above the lighting.
I was going to say, how high are the truss here?
I got mullet guy on the left.
That was at least as high as the truss.
Is that to throw him off? Mullet guy, that is.
It's almost frustrating calling an Eric Davis
game
because I can't.
This dude makes money to do this.
He'll throw it again, but takes in one of Windsor's with it.
Wow.
dude. I mean,
Like,
look at
you
this.
do,
It's
you
off
boo,
the-
boo.
It's off the
Look, I
model.
mean, like, just make that
You
money.
we can't get a
playing
shot of
this
it.
game.
You can't physically get a shot of that.
Fantastic.
All three. Now, Davis, will he go with a roll?
Oh, you know this dude has chugged some
goes
Bud
airmail.
Lights on the right.
But these next
Like,
two
you
got to
just
be in
know
by. It
he's-
feels like it
he
got
is
to be in
Bud-
by
oh,
Graham.
Look at that form.
It's the second one.
I am shocked. Melissa Merritt, what we were watching, this is cornhole. I am
That one
educated
goes in
on
by
what
Eric Davis, and
cornhole
now
is.
Jamie Graham trying
There's
for
a
his
lot of
third
you who are
straight
international
airmail,
who do not know
and
what this game
it's
is.
it.
How about
Place a
that?
board
How's that
is
5
slanted,
airmails?
has
Is that
a
pro
6-inch
cornhole,
diameter
Jeff?
hole.
You like it?
Airmail?
So good at.
Airmail is an actual term in this sport.
I didn't know
like-
that.
Here comes a really
Apparently,
hard
'cause they
push
kept
here
using the
by
term.
Cody Henderson.
Goes-
Fantastic.
This
I love
is-
it.
Apparently,
that's the,
airmail is
that's the
basically
risk,
when
right?
there's
You miss
just go
You
straight in the
throw it
hole.
so hard that if you just miss,
Hey, either way,
it's going to just
to
fly
explain
off
to the
back
people in the
board.
chat, there are two boards that are placed 27 feet apart from each other. They are 2 foot by 4 foot
Trying
in
to roll it in, and he
dimension.
does. There's
And there's a
that shot by
6-inch
Eric
diameter
Davis.
hole that is cut into the board that is tilted at a slant. And you take a bean bag
He's
and
so
throw
good at
it
these rolls.
and
He's
try
got
to
back
hit the board.
loaded. It's leaning
bag on
backwards.
top
That
of the
means
board
as soon as it
equals 1
hits the
point.
board, it's going
A
to make
bag in the
contact with
hole
that
equals
first bag,
3 points.
roll over, and
You
in.
have to net out additional bags. So basically, if someone gets a bag on top of the board, if you get your bag on top of the board as well, and there are 2 bags, my bag and their bag, they cancel each other out, and now you are net 0, no blood loss. You play to 21, and then you can knock each other back by not hitting that number right on the number. Cornhole is a game that people play with alcoholic beverages in hand. During tailgates, it gets animated. It's fun. You can do it when you are half/9 sheets to the wind. You can play it no matter what. Now, it gets funnier when you play it in that state because the cornhole bags can end up over there, over there, over there, anywhere. It's just fun. It's like beer pong. Next, we're going to see professional flip cup. If there is professional flip cup, I'm going to die. There better not be professional flip cup. Yeah. And the reason why, and people are saying it's scary how much Rob knows about cornhole. Where is it? I want to pull it up. Oh, let's
That's
see.
because what you don't know is that Rob is the leading purveyor in Northern Virginia of cornhole
Apparently.
boards.
Apparently.
He makes all the best ones right out of his garage.
I
Got a
am
little
seeing
operation
this.
going.
People are like,
Side
this is so
hustle.
funny. I hope Rob sees the love. I do see the love, guys. I am watching the chat. I'm trying to. It is really funny. People are like, it's scary how much Rob knows about cornhole. Here's the thing about cornhole. It's just like beer pong. There are house rules and there are like rules, and people are very picky about it. You throw alcohol in the hands of people that are tailgating at a college football game, and then you say, this is a game that has rules, but the rules are subjective based on whose interpretation you're playing.
That's why they need us, baby, the lawyers. They need the lawyers. We make everything better.
Oh, God. You know what? That's like the perfect. That is the perfect story to end the night on. Like that story right there, like the cornhole goal or the cornhole story. Perfect.
Ed Hockley. You know, Ed Hockley, very famous NFL rep, lawyer.
Captain Biceps.
Yeah, Captain Biceps himself, lawyer and NFL rep, man. So yeah, we could have a day job. We could be day job lawyers, night job refs for cornhole.
God, I love it. I love it. I love it. Fantastic. All right. For super chats,
I
I'm going
want
to
to be Ed Hockley.
I'm going to go in reverse order so that Kurt can be here when we answer the ones that came in while he was on stream. And then I'm going to allow him, if he so wants, to relax and enjoy the evening, or he can stick around. There are 70 of these, Kurt. So I'm going to start from the most recent. Then you can stick around however long you like. Doesn't this Girardi article work in Erica's favor? He was doing this long before he met her, so it's likely she had no idea what he was doing. I don't think it works that way. If you're dating and you get involved with somebody and you have a credit card that is the firm credit card, I don't know. I don't know that this sways one way or the other. I just don't like her calling people alleged victims. Thank you, Stina G. Thank you very much. New Zealand Butterfly Girl, Heather, can any action be taken against the state bar for the inaction over Girardi? Is there anyone who can punish the state bar? The Supreme Court can, but not really. Seems like they are complicit in hurting Girardi's clients. You know who can take action? Require them to release that information. See the names of the people that signed off on the complaints. And then let them deal with the political consequences of making a political decision. That's how you take action.
Mhm.
What they did by issuing a private reprimand was a political decision they made. Political decisions are met with political consequences, means the body politic gets to comment on what you did. So that is, I think, the best way to go about it. Andy, the game maker. Kurt's chat gave him the advantage with Crypto Cartel tonight. Ha ha.
It sure did.
Andy, I'm glad. And that promo code again, andythegamemaker.com. Is that what it is?
AndyTheGameMaker.com. Discount code is uncivil.
Discount code uncivil if you want to check out Crypto Cartel. Mav, is there any point in having a conservatorship? It sounds like Girardi's not going to have anything left to conserve once the government is done with him. Conservatorship means that they control the money in and the money out. Money coming in, even if that money is, say, for example, Social Security. That money comes in. A conservator is the one that manages it and determines how it gets allocated between his different interests. And also, conservator winds up the assets he does have to help distribute them out.
Mhm.
Ian Kinzel, Girardi seems to have gotten confused and treated legal complaints as if they were Pokemon. Okay, fair. Sarah Babley, I'm going to check my Twitter. And while I check that Twitter, here's one for you to read. I love you. Shit. Yeah. Oh, my.
There was a point in there when Ian stopped reading aloud. Lol.
Oh, that was the complaint about orgasm.inc. Yeah. Oh, Sarah, thank you for Sarah designed a thingy that says Wood Daddy Stacks has stacks of Sarahs. I saw that. That's awesome.
Okay,
Yeah, orgasm.
Stacks Saris is how Wood Daddy Stacks likes them. Okay, now we know.
We know
exactly the right stacks to get Wood Daddy Stacks. Only Saris. Only Saris.com.
That was not. Nope. So much nope. Oh my gosh, why do I do these things at night, like late at night? Okay.
If your name is Sarah and you'd like to be in a Wood Daddy
stack,
contact.
Don't. Nope. Not the Sarah, that Sarah, the Sarah, any of the Sarahs. You are wonderful people. I love you in my chat. Stay in my chat.
Get out of my chat.
Don't get out of my chat. Okay. Nope. I love the song. I just don't like where you're going with it. Oh God, the chat. Stop encouraging him. You chat. You are Sparkle Farts. You are not supposed to encourage him. Encourage away. I don't care. It's funny. Truffle Hound for the Super Sarah Squad. Knock. Who's there? Hawaii. Who? Fine. Thanks, honey. How are you? Truffle Hound warned me beforehand that you had saved up some funny ones. Oh man, I'm afraid to go back. Oh, and I see there's more of you in there already. It was fantastic. Jen K, love this chat. Flu meds kicking in. So good night, y'all. Good night, Jen. Hopefully the flu meds do their work and you feel better tomorrow morning. Psycho Deliciosa. Rob sent you pics of Sheriff behind Brooks. I saw those. He looked very irritable and wanted to zap him / tackle him, but could not. Thank you for all of the people that did send those pictures. They were very much appreciated. They gave me a very good laugh. I enjoyed them very much. Beverly, Vermont. Thank you for that super chat. It's very much appreciated. Thank you for being here. Truffle Hound. Thank you for the super chat. Back on my physics game for the nerds in the chat. What's the most terrifying word in nuclear physics? Oops. That was pretty good. It's pretty good. It's not your best work. It's pretty good. I like it. Truffle Hound again. Wow. Okay, we're going to get a lot of these tonight. Truffle Hound. An alligator alleged a malevolent allegation that the local 11 benevolent elephants were also malevolent, not benevolent at all. Oh, that was good, Kurt. I want to hear you read it.
An alligator alleged a malevolent allegation that a local 11 benevolent elephants were also malevolent, not benevolent at all.
Oh my word. Golf clap. Fantastically done, my friend. Marilu Gonzalez, love your channel. One of my faves. Happy you joined YouTube. Thank you very much, Marilu, for being here. Honestly, the support that you guys give is the reason I stay on YouTube. I'm very happy to be here. And then I also get to spend time with my friend Kurt. And I love that he gets to join me on these Friday streams because it's one of the times we get to hang out together. It's great. Trufflehound, been out of it the last hour. Here's some brain melts. Often, Oscar, the ocelot, oscillates ostentatiously when orating ostensibly about oscilloscopes.
Oleoscopes.
All right, you can, Kurt, you can do that one.
Often Oscar the oscillates ostentatiously when ordering ostensibly about oscilloscopes.
I think I won that one.
You got
I
that
won
one
that
clearer
one.
than me. You got that one clearer than me. That's fine.
The Zazba. Hi from Spain. Love the vibes I get from you guys. Thank you very much for being here. That's what this entire live stream is about. It is about positive and fun vibes, period. End of story. We don't bring drama here. We just have fun and we just talk about the law and enjoy each other's company, and the chat gets to go wild. Thank you very much. Brentwood Sheik asked for 2,800 volunteers to help fight the war, and 30,000 Tennesseans showed up. So there is the origin of the volunteers. Thank you, Brentwood Sheik, for that.
Yep,
Very
that's right.
much. Texas, Carrie, I panicked and thought you shared the wrong file with Ian. I thought it was research for one of your cases. No, I was very careful in doing that. That was not research for one of my cases. That was a case of Orgasm Inc. and Netflix is documentary. Yep. It just happened. Lori Lanning, do you know a legit after-school program that supports trades, homework help, food, etc. we could fundraise for, or maybe people could share on your platform? Lori, that is a fantastic idea, and one that I actually want to look into. I am very much for trades and trade school, and if there are a way that we can sponsor scholarships to trade schools, I would love to do that. If anyone has recommended charities that they can send me on Twitter or in email, please do so. lawandlumber@gmail.com. Twitter is lumberlaw. So please do that. I actually would very much like to donate to something like that. M169, I, of course, I talk to myself. I need expert advice. Fair and awesome comment. I want that on a t-shirt. Kurt, I think that's a merch design idea. Melissa S., I had a long drive away for a work weekend. Finally made it to my hotel. Love listening to Friday Night Frenzy the whole drive. Thank you. Now for a drink. Enjoy the cocktail. And I hope that the stay is not too horrible and that you enjoy the weekend. Aussie, Chris, sorry. No, that's what Ian said to you when you returned. Rob, what the hell? Yes, he did. I like catching him off guard every now and then because he says things on my channel that are oftentimes runkleisms that are quite funny. Peggy Terry just moved. Can't give a lot. Worst move ever. Peggy, you do not have to give a single dollar to this channel. You really do not. I love just you guys being here. Engage with the chat. Enjoy the community. Enjoy the commentary. Thank you for participating.
For a beer, $4.99. You can support Rob from Law and Lumber. Yes, your super chats help feed us, starving Rob. And that you fear.
And this is why I turn off super chat so that you guys go and give all of that money to a charity that really does benefit from it. So, yes, thank you. And guys, I see that Nick is up to 50 complaints. Yes, there's a lot of complaints that people file for different and wrongful reasons. These were not those types.
No.
These were complaints that the bar suggests were actually open files. So let's say it's a little bit different. Stacey Walpole, you have a dark side. Surprise, surprise.
Yes, we can talk about the shadow. Are we going Jungian now?
No, we're not going Jungian now. No.
Okay. All right. I thought maybe we could talk about the shadow and integration there too.
Oh, gosh. Samantha Stein is Rob. Friday Night Frenzy is never, and you are never boring. Thank you very much, Samantha. I really appreciate it. Nancy Rush, elf tears are magical. They will be with second he wakes up and sees that. Chrissy, I told you, thank you for being here. You do not need a super chat, my dear. Thank you very much. Because I should have gone to bed about an hour ago, but I love you guys so much. I'm laughing too much. I did donate to Ian before you got upset, but I still live for you. So certainly say my name. So I'm here again. Chrissy, thank you for all of that you do.
Acting kind of shady.
Calling me baby. Yes, I am a child of the 90s, 80s. Yes, I do know that song like by heart. It's sad. Chrissy is one of the channel faithful who has spina bifida and has been a remarkable person throughout all of this. The chat's remarkably supportive of her, and they give so much support to her, and she gives so much support back. I wish that she would actually give less. If I could ban someone from super chatting, Chrissy, it would be you. Not because I don't want to hear your voice, but because I will constantly give you that attention because you give that much support. Thank you for being here. Happy Friday. That's Sarah. We've had at least 21 Sarah's in the chat tonight. You called them all out, my dear. Mildly sober. Same. Don't you have Dungeons and Dragons tomorrow? Or are you doing 24-hour stream? Ian begins his stream at 2 o'clock my time, 1 o'clock Kurt's time, midnight his time. Lawyers and Dragons is at noon tomorrow. I've got a few hours in me before I need to go to bed. I have something to pick up at the post office tomorrow. Apparently, it's something that is very important for me to have before Lawyers and Dragons. Just because Runkle was corn this way. It was. Baby Gator Revenge, Corn and Cornhole Scandal in the same stream. Oh my, yes, indeed. I hit you with the puns tonight. 9-inch nails, gal. Move over, stop, sign red. We now have Rob Red. Am I that red?
Nah, not right now.
It's not that bad.
You're fine.
Love Dreaming Peach. This is a whole new level of effing yourself. It was. Sarah Lee, Rob, you really shouldn't say Wood Daddy Stacks is free. It means something different to the chat. I don't realize what you guys walk me into. I really do read these things and I just speak my mind. The innuendo you glean off of that is your own devices. I jump into Emily's chat and say the same things in her chat, and she does the same stuff. She walks right into the traps. Yeah. My cat's name is Karen. Who loves it when Rob blushes? I blush a lot, guys. I'm sorry. 9-inch nails gal. I think Rob needs a fan. Flushed AF. Guys, it's not that bad. Helena Sophia, I'm just joining. Did I miss the introduction of Mirror World Runkle? I don't know. Did we? He has a beard. I need the beard to stay, though. Chuck in Tennessee. Runkle sent 250. Let me know if it didn't go. Let me see where he's at right now. Right now, Mr. Ian Runkle is at $17,275. You guys are going to get him to 20 before he wakes up to do his live stream, and he's going to cry. Emily Ippolito, thank you very much for the super chat. One of those meditation groups was what led that actress to the Hollywood cult, NXIVM. Maybe we don't advertise them in that way, in any way. So I wasn't advertising.
I vaguely remember that cult thing. Yeah.
So
it was a strange thing.
And Kurt, to catch you up on this, so Netflix is releasing a docuseries called Orgasm Inc. It begins today. There was a lawsuit filed to try and enjoin Netflix from releasing this docuseries, alleging in part that certain people did not give permission to be depicted in the series in a nude or lascivious manner, citing California's version of the Corn revenge statute. Problem is that what it appears to be is that Netflix's docuseries. Well, Netflix's docuseries is highlighting the argument that this particular venture was aimed at couples who were struggling and sought money from them to try and improve their relationships via this methodology of orgasmic meditation. and took hundreds or thousands of dollars per week for these lessons.
There's a sucker born every minute.
There is, and there are people that will do anything to save marriages and relationships.
Which, you know,
And
unto itself is a valuable goal.
yeah, so that is that lawsuit, and the injunction was denied.
Well, I don't quite understand how actors could possibly
not actors.
trigger a revenge.
They're not actors. They're not actors. The
Ah.
company apparently had waivers and released the information footage to Netflix.
Okay.
Or part
It's a little
some
bit more
member of the
legally
company.
tricky.
A little bit. There are some there are some legal issues here. But when you see the complaint and the answer, you're going, oh, there's a lot more here that we're going to find out in discovery.
Okay.
Very interesting case. Where has Law Talk with Mike been? Law Talk with Mike has been streaming stuff during the day. That takes a lot out of you. Like, that really takes a lot out of you.
Yeah.
I have texted him. He and I are texting. We're just fine. Don't worry about it. It's good.
Send me Mike's number.
Has streamed. I will. I'll send you his number. He has streamed like during most of these days, and I know he's been traveling the past few weeks. So I'll get in touch with him. I might be on a stream sometime next week. Samantha Sinus, the site wouldn't take my card, but PayPal works. FYI. Okay. Thank you, Samantha, for letting the chat know. Jay White, for Ian, the site won't take my card. I'm going to have to make a donation pretty shortly here for that.
I think it could potentially be due to geographic restrictions, because we had at least a comparable problem on my thing where it wouldn't take Australian credit cards for some reason. So I don't know.
That's possible. That's possible. I didn't think about that, but yeah, that actually is possible. I'll see if I can do a couple donations. May the Fae. If RHPS was recasted with your friends of LawTube, RHPS, Real Housewives of PS, what's PS? Chat, tell me. Real Housewives, RHPS. Giving the chat a second because there's a delay. Rocky Horror Picture Show was cast using your friends of LawTube. Who would get what roles? I don't know.
I can't help you on this one. I have never seen it, and I refuse to see it.
I'm going to write it down. If I think of anything before the end of the stream, I will let you know. If not, remind me, and I will let you know at that other time, because I am writing it down. Is there a Real Housewives of Palm Springs? There better not be. Rocky Horror Picture Show. LawTube. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see here. This is why I'm for the kids. Heart to all the kids. Love you, Robin Runkle. Thank you for the kids for doing that. Thank you very much. Riley James, my daughter at 10 months was diagnosed with neuroblastoma. She survived against all odds. She was 21 before she was cancer-free. What you are doing is so important. Happy to pay it forward. Thank you. Riley, that is an amazing story, a wonderful thing to hear. And thank you for allowing me the chance to read that story out loud so that people can hear it and possibly go and donate to good causes. Thank you very much. And I'm very happy that your daughter is doing well. That's a wonderful story. Congratulations. House Hippo, thank you both for making the world a better place. Thank you for being here as well. The Heavy OLOL. LOL, indeed. Christina Barding, Masters in Education. Lady Crumbs. Since it's almost 10 p.m., question if RHPS was recast with your friends LawTube, who would get? Okay, yes, saw that. I have written down. I'm going to revisit that. That's like a thinking thing, and my brain doesn't want to do that right now. 9-inch Nails Gal. Link isn't liking me and poor Ian with his draft. This is being paid forward, guys. You know that, right? Kane Armstrong. Rob, you are so wrong. Ian, it's a trap. No, it was not a trap. I knew what I was doing. He has done this to me. I get him back. Melly, please, Rob, Sparkle Farts merch. Maybe. Ian / Rob, off topic, but you two are ADHD inspiration, struggling right now. ADHD is ruining my life. Any tips on how to make it with brains like ours? Struggling how? Katie, DM me on Twitter. I actually do answer these. If there's anything I can do to help, I will. If you're still in the chat, DM me on Twitter. People in the chat will let you know that I do try to respond to these. I will try. Anita Zapata. Hi, Rob and Ian. Hope you're having a good evening. Hi, Anita. How are you? I hope you had a wonderful week. Jennifer Edwards. Rob, you get a pin of your own and another gift I've been working on. See you at To Runkle. Jennifer, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You are amazing and wonderful. This Sarah Stolery saved my nephew and niece. McMaster saved my girls. We love our children's hospitals. Fantastic, Sarah. Thank you for being here. And thank you for that. Nell Bell, thank you for the super sticker. Very much appreciated. Kelly's Corner. The accent is spicy fire. Donated to. Thank you, Kelly's Corner. I love it. Very much appreciated. Eva Lee Staristev. I'm so sorry I butchered that name. I did not mean to. This is the internet where great communities have the power to make amazing things happen. I adore all the communities I've found in LawTube. There are a lot of good ones, guys. There really are a lot of good ones. We try very hard to do good things. We know that this is a platform and an opportunity for us to just do good. And it makes us feel wonderful when you guys do it as well. And it makes us feel even better when you guys don't ever have to do anything in our names, but to see you guys going out after being on these channels and the love that you give to everybody else. When people come to my channel from Kurt's and they say uncivil law raid or like uncivil law sent me or stuff like that, or when you guys show up in his channel and I see that you guys share the love, we see that and it matters a lot more than you will ever know. So thank you for doing all that you do.
I see Ian Runkle's currently 15 on the total leaderboard right now for Extra Life, so he's climbing up there.
Oh, we're gonna get him up. We
need to get him to.
We're gonna crush it.
$24,300 in order for him to make the top 10. So
before he ends this live stream, we are going to just demolish that record. I will stream from my shop all afternoon tomorrow and just not put audio on so you guys can have that link and donate. Amanda Hobson donated to that wonderful cause. This is why I love you guys. So genuine, compassionate. Thank you very much, Amanda, for that. Stuck on Strings evening. Bonsoir. Sorry, I ate tonight. Get Kurt. Would love to see you all discuss. Thank you for your insight and expertise.
Kurt's here.
Kurt is here. We chatted. We got a lot of it. Names, Andrea. Thank you very much for the super chat. What if I donate to both you and Runkle? You're good people, Rob. You deserve all the best in life. Thank you very much, Andrea. I do appreciate that very much. I hope that you did, and I'm very glad that you probably did donate to Runkle as well. Colleen, love you guys. Donated for Runkle, aka Mama Peacock. Mama Peacock is new, but cool. Beats Kill Bean, accountant here. Lawyers, law firms receive 1099 NECs for taxes, NEC being non-employee compensation. Doesn't this prove the argument?
Nope.
No. Agency for purposes of establishing vicarious liability is very much over control. It is not over money or compensation.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and also the different standards by different levels of government and stuff like this. So you can even run to like whether or not you're employee versus independent contractor for federal tax purposes versus state tax purposes versus whatever. Yeah, so just because there's no hard and fast rule, like just because X is like, oh no, that's not necessarily the answer.
Yeah.
If it was, they wouldn't be paying us lawyers all that big money.
Correct.
And the answer to every single question wouldn't be what?
What? Or maybe. Or yeah.
It depends.
It depends.
Yeah.
It always depends.
Yeah.
Jessica Martin. Good night, gentlemen. The kids are calling to be tucked in. Good luck, Runkle. Good night, Jessica, and good night to those kiddos. Sarah Lee, Rob, what'd you order for dinner? Pupusas. Want to eat it? I did. They were wonderful. That Sarah Chick. So
I need to lose weight like crazy. I've been trying to do a new weight loss regime to modest success through a doctor and stuff like that. But I need to lose some weight.
Oh, me too. You want to do a weight loss challenge?
Okay.
We can do it by body mass. Oh, let's do that. We'll do it off. We'll make a challenge.
We could do a workout challenge too, because that would inspire me to get to the gym. I like this plan. Yeah,
let's
we could do something. I have a lot more weight to lose than you by a lot.
No, no. The way you do it fair is you do body mass reduction. So
Okay.
you do proportionate body mass reduction challenge.
Okay. All right.
We can do
We'll
that.
talk details. We'll talk
I like this.
details.
This is fun. We got this. Motivate each other. I love it. This is what friends do. It's fun. So all us Sarah talked and we agreed that we need Law and Lumber Sarah Squad merch. I will see what I can do. Sarah's. Speaking to the plural, Sarah's. Becky G. Ian is over his 5,000. Whoop. Now you can see how far we are. You guys, we're at $17,605. Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. I want to see this energy every single time one of my friends gets up and does a charity stream. The energy that gets committed by this chat is freaking amazing, and we just have to keep it continuing. Kurt, we did what, 13,000?
14,000, I think, something like that.
14,000. Do you guys realize how much money that is for charities?
It was nice. It was a good day.
Like I will see people that go out and say like they raise 1,000, and it's a remarkable thing when they do, and I love it. But I'm speaking of the pride of the chat. Like the fact that you guys are able to do that in those numbers means so much. So thank you. There we go. So no Gimlet on Lawyers and Dragons. No, he will be there. He has a placeholder for when he is on L&D so that you can still be there and switch over and watch him play L&D. So he's there. Annabelle, I'm sorry I didn't see this earlier, my dear. Thank you very much for sending this very generous super chat. Annabelle, take care, Runkle. Love to tell you about living through the last trials of the century. Oh, is this the Dingo one? The Dingo Ate My Baby? Or is this the Lenny Bruce?
Dingo Ate My Baby one is a pretty tragic story, man.
That is. And that's Runkle is doing that next.
That's a tough one, man. That's a tough one.
Yeah. We did Lenny Bruce, though, and Lenny Bruce had me reading some very profane language out loud. But Annabelle, do me a favor. If you can't get a hold of Ian, send me a DM if you're still here, and I will forward this message to him for you. Please. Rosa, Brewerberries, what do you make of AH appeal team representing Christopher Boozy? I don't see much there. I mean, I know people want to make there be there. Do you have any opinions on that?
I wonder how he's affording it.
That's the only question I have. That is not a cheap retainer.
No.
And look, I don't pretend to know how much money this man has or makes, and I don't really care. I don't care how much money any of us have. Parting ways with that type of retainer is not a fun experience, no matter how much money you have.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. At the very least, maybe it'll get him to shut up on Twitter for a little bit. Probably not very likely. Anyways, let me see here. What do we have? What was that one? I had saved one thing, two things, three things. Did I have another thingy? Let me see. What is this one?
You're a good friend, Rob.
Oh, Kurt, I cherish the friendship very, very much, my friend. Friendship goes both ways, and you have been a wonderful friend to me. So I'm a reflection. Friendship is a reflection back on the person who acts as a friend to you. So
you should come to Austin. I'll buy you some barbecue.
Ooh, that sounds delicious. It's
a really good place near my house, actually.
You know what? It's about to be winter, which means that I'm going to have to do a trip to Austin to get out of the DC because it gets wet and cold and just
There you go.
Yeah. I agree. I think a trip is in order. I think maybe early December. Yeah, Excellent. Let's do that. We'll wait on the books. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, people of all ages.
Hmm.
Thank you very much for tuning in to another Friday Night Frenzy. Thank you to my wonderful guest, Kurt, who tuned in and just had a good time hanging out.
It was
Thank you
nice.
to Ian. It was good. What are you covering tomorrow? Are you doing anything tomorrow?
Tomorrow's Saturday, right?
I think so. Yes.
I don't think I have any specific plans. I've got a whole bunch of stories in the queue, so I'll probably just release something edited
Mhm.
tomorrow and Sunday. I don't have anything specific planned. On the 15th, I'll be covering the sentencing trial for Darrell Brooks because I imagine that's going to be a complete shit show nightmare. But that's not for another week and change.
That was something.
Yeah. Later in November, I'll be covering the suitcase murder. And then I'll probably be covering the OnlyFans murder in December. And then in January, I'm trying to remember, I think the Crumbly Parents maybe are coming up. So
Did you
Crumbly
cover the
Parents, I
new
definitely want to
audio?
cover whenever they're coming up. What? I'm sorry?
Was the new audio in the Courtney Clenny case, was that one as crazy as people made it out to be?
I don't know. I haven't listened to anything. I try to once I decide to hear something, I like to try to keep a little bit out of it. The only real exception I made to that was with Daybell, but it didn't really matter anyway because they wound up sealing half of everything. So, and I can't get my head around the facts. So, because of how convoluted that case is, so I'll go into it and I'll still be surprised.
You know, we need a Murdaugh trip in January.
I'm
South
down.
Carolina?
I'm absolutely 100% down for Murdaugh trip. Yeah. No,
I want to
I'm down 100%.
Like I'll take a couple days and drive down there.
My brother might be able to put us up.
Yeah, I'll do that any day. That'd be fun.
My brother might be able to put us up. He might be able to house us.
Yeah. Okay. Fair. Let's do that. So by the way, the Delphi girls murder cases, two things about those cases. I have read the underlying facts of those cases. I have trouble reading the underlying facts of those cases, not to mention the judge as putting a seal around basically damn near everything because the judge has made public comments about YouTube and people streaming stuff. So that case is about to get locked down real tight. And I am not going to comment on a case that I can't see from start to finish, not to mention on this particular channel, I don't really care for a lot of the look. Let me put it this way. I don't shy away from things that are controversial. I just don't like doing it on my own time. I have family law cases. I am a domestic relations litigator. I deal with that crap every single day. I deal with the nastiest and the grossest and the garbage that you could not imagine. I don't want to come on YouTube and have to do it again. So I trust and I love all of my friends on these platforms that do it. I just don't have the stomach for it at the end of the day. Now, when there are very sensitive topics that require it, like where they really are, like there needs to be that touch, I will come in and comment. But it's few and far between. So I'll take a look at it and I'll see if there's anything that really needs it. But other than that, I'm gonna defer to my friends on that. Like I deal with too much of the really nasty stuff every day. So I'm sorry if that disappoints you, but
no, I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's just too hard. So,
yeah, no, we all have limits. We got to respect that.
Yep. So, okay, guys, we are going to wrap this up. I will hopefully see several of you at some point in time, either later this morning, evening, whatever time of day it is on Runkle's stream. I'll probably see Kurt over there at some point. Hopefully Kurt gets a little nap between now and then. I will too. And then until next time, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for making this another Friday Night Frenzy that was one to remember. And good evening. Enjoy the weekend. Go out and make something. I promise you'll feel better. Okay?